I mean, honestly, Andrew, every time you say something really offensive right before we
don't
start.
understand
Yeah, no, it's
why
kind of
you need
messed
to
up.
do it right before the stream starts too.
That's just how every stream needs to start from now on.
Okay, that should work.
Guys, I fixed my camera. It works.
Hey. No.
Oh wait, do I have? Oh, I left the Morpheus.
No,
wireless in
wait.
the other
You had to. You had a different headphone that you were using. You should have used it on that one. I guess it doesn't work with that one.
Jesus Christ.
I actually got these as a bit for a last stream, but they didn't show up in time, so they've been on my headphones since last Saturday evening.
They make it
I forgot
sound.
they were there for a while.
Is the imaging improved or?
Of course.
You know, I definitely can get higher into the ultrasonics with them.
That's good stuff.
All right.
I can finally do your ABX.
I still think you should bring out the other headphones you were just wearing, because everybody now currently.
It's
Yeah,
just
there
a
you go.
Fidelio.
Yeah, but I mean that's a headphone from yesteryear, from before times.
I mean, this
That's
is
a headphone.
literally older.
Fidelio X2?
Yes, it is, but people don't use the Fidelio X2 anymore generally. The HD800 has stood the test of time. The X2 probably not.
Well, that's because they
What was it?
discontinued it.
Well, yes.
That's true.
but also the quality control. on
Technically,
that
also
is
discontinued
so
the HD800.
bad.
All right, guys. We have a stream for you today. I was going to say we have an excellent show for you today, but I have no idea if that's going to be the case. At the very least, let us know how the audio levels are as usual. We are using, again, ping.gg to make this work. So hopefully everything works. And that the audio levels are good. Last time was okay. So yeah, welcome to the Noise Floor podcast. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping before we get going here. So the podcast, we actually have it now as a podcast for folks who don't want to sit through watching our, smiling faces on YouTube. We will add a podcast link afterwards, but you can find it on Spotify. I don't think this episode is live yet, but the previous ones are. So if you guys are interested in this as a podcast, that should now be available. The other thing that I was going to mention is we do have a bunch of additional topics to go on here today, and that's because we have on the forum a place for folks to request topics, and this way it doesn't get lost in the live chat. Actually, listener, if you can link the forum post to the stream, that would be helpful. So in future, guys, if you want your questions to be kind of added to potential topics that we choose, post them on the forum there in that thread. That's more likely for us to be able to see it, basically.
Yeah, if you want to make us fight about something in particular, you're more likely to get us to fight about it if you post in the forum thread.
Exactly.
And why is it on that forum in particular?
So this is the Headphone Community Forum. So basically, it's the forum community side of headphones.com. So for anybody who isn't a member yet, sign up. But also, you may notice that your post doesn't go through right away. That's because we run a fairly tight ship there, and we don't just allow anybody to post. It takes a little bit for it to get approved. We want to make sure there's no trolling, basically. So that is prevented. But yeah, that's the forum, and that's also where you can find all of our measurements, additional articles, and all of that good stuff. Additional topics, lots of discussion from other like-minded, brain-wormy people. And last but not least, big shout outs to headphones.com that makes all of this possible. Headphones.com is a great place to learn about and buy headphones and other audio things, including cables, DACs,
I hear they've got a
amps.
fantastic return policy.
Yeah, it's
365 days.
All right.
Also buy the cables. I had to source those things. It was such a pain in the butt.
All right, I'm going to look through. Not seeing anybody upset about the sound, so that's good.
Good start.
Yeah, but sometimes
Y'all
I
are
just don't. They don't let
overthinking
you
it.
know.
Just enjoy your music and stop yapping about it. This is a podcast, sir.
This is-
Yapping is literally what we're being paid to do.
No, the
also
podcast
kind of
should
amazing,
be just us listening to music.
That would be
the
pretty
next-
funny.
Yeah.
Just
Actually, you know what we
Worthless.
should do? The problem is copyright makes this so fucking impossible. It'd be great if we could just have like one of those like Spotify listen party things where each person gets to pick one thing at a time, and then we just.
Or
could
should we
stream it
talk
to the
about
chat.
just some album or something that we've been listening to this week?
Well, we'll get
that'll
there.
that'll
We'll-
be that's
we'll
one
get
of
there.
those.
It's in the rundown. So let's should we start off with the topics of the week? So actually our first topic is kind of fitting for this headphone that I'm wearing, which is the Zeus Aris. I'm not even calling it harmonic then, I'm calling it Zeus Aris, and we'll get to that as well. But the
I
topic
thought you called it the OO phone when we were off camera.
yeah. Well, okay. So the topic of the week is what is neutral, and this has been prompted by actually one of the forum posts. There was a good question along this line, and
Who posted it?
also, oh my goodness, I feel like Audio Tool did. But
Okay.
I'm sorry if it's somebody else, but there was basically some discussion about that, and I figured this is a good one to go from. We've done what is accuracy, and now we're going to do what is neutral. I think there's some interesting stuff,
Which
to
is
talk about.
basically the same.
I think people mean potentially different things, and it could mean potentially different things. So we should probably go over that. But why don't we just start with what would you say for each of you guys? Well, how would you describe, how would you answer this question? What is neutral?
Not Hypherman or Davina.
That's
The
that's one
inverse
those
of
points.
Hyphaman Audivina.
It's worth bringing up. It's an interesting, consideration. Does anybody think that the Audivina is neutral?
I don't see how you could have like an HRTF function that would make it sound neutral.
An HRTF
Not in
function.
ATM machine. Not in a human anyway. I mean, B Ash in the chat mentioned most of reviewers have a preference for headphones with a bass boost, which I guess is the first thing to address, is that what is neutral and what is preferred is not necessarily the same thing. It's not. We're not answering the question of what is the.
But that's part of the question, I think. So to back up a little bit, sorry to interrupt. Blaine, you've said something a while ago, which is that one of the more interesting things to come from the Harman research is basically that people connect preference with even tonal balance in some respect, that some version of neutrality is preferred. And I wonder if you guys could maybe
that's
give an
one
overview of that.
interpretation. That's
Sure,
one
okay.
interpretation. So there's two ways to parse. Well, actually, there's probably more than two, but there's two that are salient to this delineation. To parse both Sean Olive's work and Floyd Toole's work in speakers, right?
Yeah.
One is to say, and this is how Sean frames it usually, because I think that this goes over better. People generally agree on what sounds good to them, and what sounds good to them is a neutral sound. So that's pretty approachable to people, right? Like the premise that the majority of people prefer neutral sound, and that a neutral sound is like commonly identified between people. The flip side of that, and this is the interpretation I tend to push, is the majority of people like roughly similar things, and people call what they like neutral.
So I want to push on that because when you say generally, how much room is there for outliers in your, like, I'm thinking of class, what we were just kind of going through with class 2 listeners and how it's
Okay, well,
a bit
someone's
more of a
just got a
crapshoot.
bingo square.
You've
Well,
already
I
mentioned Sean
removed
Olive.
class X listeners.
Oh,
You
good.
mentioned Sean Olive and Floyd Toole. By the way, Headphone Show Bingo, it's pinned. So for folks who want to play along. I forget what the question was.
So no, the question.
Class.
So
2,
you're
yeah.
asking like, how much variation is there within those classes, or just like how much variation is there? Full stop.
Well, I'm actually more thinking along the lines of like, is included in that description the people who, like Taryn, for example, roll around in their Toyota Tercel with a massive subwoofer. Do they, and they prefer that for whatever reason, do they honestly feel that that is neutral, or do they go, yeah, I'm a bass head, bite the bullet on that, and just go, I just like all the bass, you know?
Well, we don't have data for every last person, obviously. What we can say is that what people have generally identified as sounding good to them, they also identify as sounding good, as sounding neutral. I don't know how that holds for people who are in the sort of extremely small classes of people who like extremely large amounts of bass. If I had to
Class 2
speculate,
is not that small though in the segmentation paper, right? Like
it's pretty small.
Yeah, it's smaller than the dominant than class 1, obviously, but it's still something where a trend was identified, and then you've since gone through and parsed further to realize that like it's a bit of a crapshoot, right?
Well, I mean, okay, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but what I would say is that the class 2 listeners had very different preferences than either of the other classes in ways
They
that
were
are
less
very
consistent. Yeah.
well, they were consistent in some respects. Like, I still need to do a full reanalysis of the data, but in general, they might. But the thing is, we don't actually have, like, the only accounts of what people have said we have are from Olive's work. And in his work, what he's generally said is that people identify what they enjoy as neutral, or more accurately, what he says is people describe something as neutral and then will say they like it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's an interesting one where we don't really necessarily have a, because a lot of the research wasn't trying to answer that question is what is preferred also perceived as neutral, but rather just looking at what is preferred. Because like for me, for instance, well, in fact, Zeus is in the chat. Zeus has got the Eris, and clearly Zeus likes a lot of bass. But I don't think if you asked him, would you say that the Eris is a neutral sounding?
That's
headphone?
my point. Yeah, that's where I'm getting at.
And
with it. Like
for me, when I my speaker system in the other room, I've got it sort of tuned to Harman in-room curve, and I can run a frequency sweep, and I can hear that like the bass shelf is there. It doesn't sound perceptually the exact same level, but I prefer that. If I tune things to where they are completely perceptually neutral, that's not what I end up preferring.
The thing is, there's a begged question there, which is the premise that a flat in-room response is neutral, which isn't really where does that arise from?
But I mean, the similar thing kind of comes from headphones. Like I prefer headphones overall with a little bit of a bass shelf, even if I were to do just a sweep or whatever. Again, it's you'd need to know your HRTF and all that, but like.
Well, but do you perceive the timbre of these headphones as unlike that of real instruments?
Which headphones?
Like of the ones that you like.
I'm talking about a very broad. I mean, the timbre thing I don't think is necessarily just how much is the bass in relation to other stuff. I'm just taking this as
I think that
very broad.
Change it that much because
bass but what I'm saying
change
is
the timbre that much.
When you start talking about timbre and everything, you're talking about potentially quite minute differences all across the frequency range, whereas I'm just saying something which I can clearly identify consistently across different mediums, different headphones, different situations. What I perceive as neutral is different from what I end up preferring. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to take the most obvious example of that, which is a bass shelf.
And then there are people
but the
who
thing
take
is,
that to the extreme.
And I had a long argument with Caleb about this in our private Discord, but I think that one just comes down to having a definition of neutral, which is the same as flat FR, but which does not actually mirror, like it's not related to our perception of neutrality of tone.
I mean, in a certain respect, the only reason why we would anchor the concept of neutrality to, say, for example, Harman with the bass shelf, is with that sort of like underlying notion of like, preference neutral, right? It is neutral of a kind because it's the largest group, 64% or whatever, of people prefer this, and therefore that's a preferred neutral, right? And I wonder if it's worth delineating that from, say, a concept like anatomical neutral, where we might say, based on specifically a DFH RTF, tilted to whatever might make sense for that, but doesn't have the specific contours of the Harman features, like the bass shelf, for example. And I would wonder, would we say that either of them is more neutral or not?
Well, I mean, this is all just getting us back to how do we define neutrality, but I don't understand why we define neutrality on the basis of something that isn't preferentially referenced, or at least perceptually referenced. Like,
Well, just
like
because,
an
for
FR
example,
will have to. Sorry, go ahead.
just because there are bound to be, as Cameron said, or as I was saying earlier, there are bound to be people who just like individually distinguish what they like from what is neutral, from what they perceive to be, where they imagine to be neutral, right? So like the people who are buying the Eris are not buying it because they think it's going to be neutral for them. Does that make sense?
Well, that's true, to be certain. One thing to sort of push back here is that one of the other things we have from the Harman work is that when people know what they're listening to, it changes the preference ratings they give.
Yeah.
So
Of
we know
course.
that for the blind testing, people describe generally what they like as neutral, and that some headphones that a lot of people say that they like, the 99 Classics are the standout example here because they were used as the reference point for being bad in the Harman work in 2018. A lot of people buy those and say that they like them, but when you blind people, people do not rate them well. So
Yeah, I
Sorry,
think
Bill.
so I don't think what Andrew was talking about is necessarily like defining it differently between, I guess, the neutral based on the expectation of the listener versus neutral based on, I guess, the anatomical contributions that we know to generally be true of a flat speaker or whatever. I think he's more so just speaking to like that delineation existing already. Like
Well,
that's
people
just
go
kind of
into, even if in practice they may end up preferring, like as you say, in the blind test, they have people. Okay, let's say in general might have a internal distinction, between what they prefer and what they think neutral is. And I'm not saying that would be necessarily like in a blind test incongruent, right? It might actually line up, but what I'm just wondering is, when people go in with that sort of distinction in mind, right? Suddenly it opens the door to all kinds of additional tilts and frequency response that might be more bass focused, for example, like the Harman shelf.
yeah, I mean, I think that grounding in anatomy is kind of a strange one, though, because like the anatomy that will produce like the same SPL at your eardrum, yada yada, that is a matching point. It doesn't work for stereo recordings because those aren't actually sound sources in space, and we don't localize them in space. Those are something that was made for a speaker set, which is not going to have the same response at your eardrum as.
Perhaps you could actually just continue that thought. Why wouldn't I brought this up briefly in the Grellphone video, but why wouldn't let's say neutral speakers at a particular angle, why wouldn't that FR, the eardrum, be considered neutral in headphones?
Well, I mean, there's sort of two. Well, there's
ignoring
two
room
problems.
effects, just to keep it simple.
Well, I mean, you actually, unfortunately, you have to consider room effects to some extent, but I won't belabor it. There's two basic problems. One of them is that the sum of the energy from a speaker at your eardrum, some of it is directly from the speaker, and some of it bounces off the walls, the floors, etc. Our brains do not perceive this energy the same way. It depends on how long it's delayed. So your perception of the timbre of a speaker is not equal to just the crude sum of the energy that it delivers to your eardrum. The other problem is that your perception of timbre is heavily anchored to where something is coming from, like where you perceive sound to be coming from. Our ears, like the external structure of our ears, produces a large amount of variation, all in the upper mid-range and treble, which we use to localize sound in space. But you'll notice that if you move your head slightly, even though you'll have what would be the frequency response equivalent of a 15, 20 dB shift in some frequencies, you don't perceive it as, oh, suddenly that treble is piercing, oh, suddenly everything is dull, because your brain has an expectation of what sound from this direction, that direction sounds like. And with headphones, because the sound moves with our heads, we don't really localize it in space at all. So you
Right.
can't actually match the perception that you would have of sound coming from a speaker or from the phantom center between two speakers.
What about the semi-reflective room, though? Like, Harman used this as the baseline-ish, right?
Well, I mean, that gets back to the original problem, which is the precedence effect exists. Like, you do not perceive the same total sum of energy over, let's say, 100 milliseconds, the same way if more of it is at the start and less of it is at the end than you do if it's the other way around. Like, our perceptions of speakers are not as monodimensional as our perceptions of headphones are. Because speakers are sound sources in a real space, and sound bounces around and takes its time and gets back to you when it can. Whereas with headphones, it's all just sort of being shoved right up your ear hole.
Okay, so I mean, I think an
Bumper sticker.
underlying kind of reason for discussing this is because, you know, a lot of us encounter people who enjoy things that are a little bit strange to maybe some of us. And I think something that we probably wonder is, are they perceiving it as neutral, and are they perceiving it as colored but enjoyable? And I guess my question building on that is, do you think, and this is to all of you, do you think that coloration works the same in the different regions of FR? Like, do you think a base coloration is more or less likely to be perceived as neutral than, say, a mid-range coloration?
I think the Harman research, just the preference bounds alone, can show that arguably
Well,
is
they
Bear in
didn't-
mind,
they
the
didn't-
preference bounds are our synthesis from the Harman research. So
No, I know,
hold
but
on.
just
Yes, they also didn't really, well, maybe in the later papers they did, but they didn't test on an MOA basis for mid-range coloration, really.
So I actually think that the answer to that would be that, I forget how you phrased it, but yes, coloration in the mid-range would probably be what would be perceived as less neutral, or less likely to be perceived as neutral compared to.
So do you
shifts
think
in
it would
bass.
be more noticeable?
Yeah, more noticeable, but I don't. I think by accident, because Harman only used 2 filters, right? Well, I know that there's the third filter, you know, from the panel of experts that they ran through afterwards, but generally 2 filters, right? So, and if you look at the in-room baseline, I mean, it's essentially an HRTF, right? So, I don't think it's. If you were to compare that with, say, you know, a DF-HRTF tilted, or like an HD600, for example, right? The sort of planed water, you know, mid-range features. I tend to think that as long as those are sort of intact, whatever you do with the base level is kind of it is going to be more palatable for this concept for people, right? Like, even if it's more bass than they might otherwise prefer, it might be not as timbrely weird, if that makes sense. Because bass is not. That's my take, anyways, right? And I don't think they necessarily. Again, I think this is sort of by accident. If they'd used more filters, maybe that would be different.
Yeah,
my subjective take on. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
My subjective take on this is that there are bands which are more critical depending on the instruments by which you are judging, is this fucked? Like, different instruments excite different sections of the audible range. In general, like, a sudden dip in the bass response may sound weird, but it doesn't have the same effect on the timbre to me that a sudden dip in the mid-range or the right part of the treble does, or more accurately, the wrong part of the treble. But it really depends on the instrument. Like, vocals are much less sensitive to things like in certain portions of the upper mids than, well, male vocals are less sensitive to those than, say, violins. So it kind of depends, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But generally, like, the mids are everything. We all kind of know that.
So
that's kind of what I was meaning by the original
Let's
point.
use the
Actually, sorry,
beats.
listener, you go first.
Yeah, so it's interesting to hear you both say that the mid-range is where everything lies, because, like, yes, I think we all agree that is where most of the spectral information that could have an effect on, you know, the perceived neutrality of the music would lie. But anecdotally, I find that people are less less particular about
They're more particular about
colorations
bass level.
in this region in
Yeah.
the mid range than they are about the bass or the treble being to their preference. Now, again, this is all cited and based
Yeah.
on you know, the things that they report as a coloration. I just find people are much more often commenting on the bass or treble as something that they have a particular opinion on versus the
Oh, I
mid.
absolutely agree. But I have
Yeah.
an explanation for that.
Please.
The acoustics of headphones are such that it's really hard to fuck up the mid-range the way that you can fuck up the bass and treble.
What about IEMs? Because a lot of what I'm talking about is actually having to do with IEMs.
Sorry, when you say mid-range, where do you cut that off? Like under 2K?
Let's say the 200 to 2000 hertz decade.
Okay.
Decade-based model, let's go.
Bass.
But I mean, like, what can you really fuck up? I mean, all right, admittedly, you can fuck up a lot with an IEM. If you're doing it simply, you're basically going to end up with either there's too much of a lower mid thing because the rise into the bass starts too early, or what, like a little honky peak somewhere. Like, if you add a crossover in the mids, you can obviously destroy it to any way you particularly feel like it. But I don't think people are buying IEMs that do that very much.
Yeah, even IMs, I've not seen too many that would be like outrageously bad in that particular area, to be honest. Other than a couple like V-shaped tuning ones, but even then, people don't argue that they're neutral sounding. So
okay, I'm gonna have to push back on that because, for one, I see most IEMs being incorrect in at least one of those ways, and two, I see a large amount of momentum behind the idea of one of these spectral distortions being neutral, which is the IEF bump, which is just the 1400, 1500 hertz bump that we know from his 2020 target. And I see this often being still a feature of something that people call neutral, even though it would, in my opinion, be a noticeable spectral distortion that would affect most things because it's in a critical region. But also it doesn't fit the kind of anatomically neutral bill of whatever Andrew was talking about as well. Now, the explanation for it is that, in my experience, it's usually been balanced by a bass boost, hence the kind of normalcy of terms like neutral with bass boost, which doesn't, when you examine it, is a little bit unorthodox because neutral should include the entire response, right? Like if there's a neutral mid-range and it has a bass boost, shouldn't the descriptor just be bass boost?
I think the descriptor is just for that should probably be not fucked, but with a bass boost.
That's reasonable. So the reason I bring this up is because Crinical, shouts out to Crinical with his new store, started categorizing IEMs by tuning type, and he made a point to delineate neutral as something different from what we've been calling the kind of new meta, where the response is more akin to a human HRTF as measured on a system with the correct acoustic impedance. Bingo for anyone who needs that square. And I guess my question is, the point of the meta is, ideally to be steering things more towards a neutral bass. I don't think we've gotten there quite yet, but the fact that there is now a difference in framing between something that is aiming to be neutral and something that we now know has at least one kind of obvious, to me, spectral distortion. When you ask like what is neutral in headphones or IEMs, with IEMs it becomes a little less clear because I think there's a lot of an expectation of a certain kind of coloration being more forgivable than other colorations.
I mean, it's tricky because, like I said, I think a part of the question that we sort of have to answer is how many people are not separating what they prefer from what they feel is neutral, and how many people are going, no, this is what I think sounds neutral, but this is what I like subjectively. Because there are some people who as I said, I've seen, saying that they really like and have bought and daily drive certain headphones, which just looking at the FR are not neutral, but they say, and I know that, but I like it for X, Y, and Z reasons. I like more bass. I want, something which I want more of a soundstage dip, whatever. Like, they can still hear that it's not neutral, but they are subjectively preferring some of these things. Whereas other people will sit there and tell you, no, the Spirit Torino Valkyria is neutral. And it's like, that doesn't, like,
it probably also gets even more into that the more high end you get, in a sense, because there's a lot. I mean, we see it all the time in these various like threads on Head5 or Head5, for example, because I mean, it is also like cited biased and priced biased and everything else, right? Confirmation biased. But part of me also is like, well, okay, what if they just genuinely prefer this particular coloration because it's doing things to the music, and then that's standing out for them, and they're going, wow, I like that.
What are your thoughts on? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what are your thoughts on sort of, I not necessarily two distinct things, but brain burn-in / not neutral references that they've gotten too used to? Because I think that there are some people who will say that something sounds neutral, but it's either because they are so used to listening to that or similar things which have those colorations, or that they've just not actually heard something that does sound neutral. Because there's brain, in terms of just listening enjoyment, brain burn-in is definitely a bit of a thing, right? So how much do you feel that would play into the perception of neutrality overall?
Well, I think for the anecdotal reports, it's going to be a factor. But as I think Blaine has mentioned, it's like when people are sort of blind to this stuff. And another example would be like, for example, if you have EQ'd to linearize a headphone to say the Harman target, or any, like, you could even say like DF plus 10 or whatever, right? Where the non-EQ'd version of it is really weird sounding, even if people initially might like the weirder sounding one, when toggling that EQ will more likely end up preferring, whatever the linearized version is. It's just that they don't know, because they're not A/Bing that. They don't have that, reference point. And similarly, when people are actually being tested for this, it properly, let's say, in any of these sort of controlled studies, it would be difficult to know how well something like that would sort of shake out, because they don't have that. What is it like? They had like 15 to 30 minutes in some of these tests. I can't remember. I think for the basic Harman ones, it was like 15 minutes, right? And Sean's point on this was that, because people criticized that, Sean's sort of rebuttal of that was that if you let people listen for too long, their brain does adjust to that sound. And so your data is noisier than it otherwise would be. And I think that's true. Like, people criticize it, and to me, the criticism is a nothing burger, because for anybody who, like, you put on some headphones and you listen to a few tracks, right away, like, if you're comparing things, back and forth, there are things maybe you might not, fully discover because you haven't gone through your entire library and listened intently enough, right? But you generally have a pretty good sense. And the earlier you're able to make that judgment, likely the more clear it is, because you're not affected by the brain burn-in.
So what's underlying all of what we're talking about, whether it's like brain burn-in or, the anatomical neutral, or what we just like, is kind of the notion of expectation. And I feel like brain burn-in is the phenomenon of the expectation shifting to meet where the headphone is. The anatomical thing is an expectation of what I guess will sound normal to you based on your everyday life. And then I guess headphone neutral could be, I guess, an expectation built on your experience listening to headphones. And because we already have certain expectations of, like, granted, it's not going to be for everyone, especially those who aren't really experienced listening to headphones. But for any of us, we have an expectation that, for example, when we put a headphone on, things aren't going to sound like they're in the room with us. Like, we have an expectation for stereo music in this medium that is not normal, but is kind of inherent to this kind of experience. So I think if we were going
up at Cameron's house.
Wait, who did?
The police. Cameron just looked off screen and then got up and ran away.
Oh no, it's the Bobbies. Um,
The coppers.
hmm But
Sorry, what were you saying, Griffin?
yeah, I think if there's a way to delineate efficiently what neutral might be to people in our space, it probably does have a lot to do with just their expectations. But those expectations are informed from so many different things that are all related, but so many different factors that it's probably hard to nail down exactly what expectation is responsible for what report of neutrality.
Because there's interesting situations where I've had conversations with people where, like, they'll say that they feel headphone A is more neutral than headphone B, or that they prefer headphone A over headphone B, and I'll feel the opposite.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
Was
So
that
I got a new ergonomic mouse because my wrist is fucked, and I just knocked the box of my ergonomic mouse off of my table. And now you know.
Oh dear. Someone escaped from a cage. What the hell was I saying? Oh, okay, yeah. So you speak to shit. So you speak to some people who will say that headphone A is more neutral or preferred versus headphone B, and you'll feel the opposite. But in many of those cases, I find that then when you talk more with those people and see other stuff that we've both tried, you can kind of get an understanding of where, okay, actually, maybe it's some of their HRTF effects or whatever that are more consistently just shaping certain things. And so those ones probably could well sound more neutral to them, and you can understand why they prefer them. Whereas there's other people who will, say that headphone A sounds more neutral than headphone B. And like, even just in isolation, not comparing to anything else, just looking at the frequency response, there's no way that you can correlate how that actually is versus with how your HRTF could possibly be making that anything close to neutral. Like, it's just simply not. Sometimes, as I said, they will say, I know it's not neutral, I just prefer it. But then some people will say, no, this sounds more neutral to me. This sounds more realistic to me. And it's like, how? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
So,
and like what? Go ahead.
I just sort of have a question generally for each of you guys. What are your thoughts on? I saw a comment in the chat earlier where someone was saying like neutral is basically just perfect adherence to the Harman target, and I just want to get your guys' thought on that as a premise.
I don't find really Harman-tuned stuff to sound neutral.
I mean, like it is part of the really common misconceptions that we see, which is like strict adherence to this particular target curve is. I mean, they basically people do the mistake of fine-grained FR versus coarse-grained target and try and perfectly match it and all that kind of stuff, right? Because it's a line that looks like it's a target, so it should be achieved, right? And then that would be neutral, but obviously that's not how that's supposed to be used. But there is a common, let's say, sentiment that that's what neutral is, right?
Yeah,
I mean, all of what we're arguing about here is just this is just Wittgenstein hour again. Like, this is all just about people use the word neutral in ways that are difficult to reconcile with each other.
Yes. Why did you not put this on the bingo card?
I opted to put
be the free
mad about
space.
philosophy instead because it covers a wider range than just a single.
Okay. What are you mad about? Are you if Blaine says Wittgenstein, are you mad?
Not at this moment. If we continue down this path, perhaps.
Okay, sorry. Continue, Blaine.
You get 3 free Wittgensteins, and then that's it.
Yeah. No, but well, I mean, the thing is, what we're saying is, some people are saying, "Oh, I call this neutral," and we're saying, "Oh, that makes no sense. That's not what I call neutral." It's all just because we're using neutral to mean different fucking things, isn't it?
Sure, but I put it back to you. The question, you sort of shook your head at that suggestion that like perfect adherence to the Harman target is the definition of neutral, is what neutral is. Is there any interpretation of that actually works?
I mean, yeah. Like, if you define
what is it?
If you define what's neutral as what a majority of people under blinded conditions have been shown to describe as neutral, then yeah, that's neutral, I guess. But of course, there's also a whole bunch of other stuff that people described as neutral in those same tests, which had very different FRs, but
right. Okay. I suppose the one that the one I'm pushing on here is the strict adherence part, because as we've moved for representations of Harman, I've been using the high res version, which has the DFHRTF features in the treble. So it's basically the Keymar DFHRTF with the Harman filters, right? And
a horrifying number of people in chat over the course of this have said that acoustically flat is neutral, by the way.
well, let's get to that. But just the idea that, you know, there is this strict adherence line that people go for is the one where even in the best interpretation of that, which is, as you say, you define it as the 64% of, or whatever, the majority of what people like, that's fine. But that still does not mean that the strict adherence to that is going to be the correct interpretation of it, right? Because,
well, it means that if it is strictly adhering, you can say that if you define it as what most people describe as neutral, you can say this is what most people have described as neutral. So you can say for sure that something that is strictly adhering is in that particular definition neutral.
But if you do that, you're also going to get people. You're also going to get for people a general 9 to 10 kilohertz peak. If you do actually go with a strict adherence.
Well, for some
yeah,
people.
but I mean, I wouldn't.
Depending on the ear,
it's also using a different ear, right?
Depending on the ear, yeah.
Which, I mean, none of us are using the ear.
That's the thing, right?
I mean, frankly,
it's kind of hilarious because it's like we're using this to define this, you know, perhaps erroneous strict definition of, let's say, neutral, when that wasn't even the ear that was used.
Yeah, and when there are measurable differences between the KB5000 and the pinna that was used for the Harman research, like which is something that is often slept on, but the magnitude differences are much more severe than a lot of the things that people quibble over. And really, that's just because people quibble over much more than they should, basically.
Yeah. Sorry, if you want to get to the bit about what did you say? Acoustically flat?
Yeah. Someone saying completely flat is neutral.
What do they mean by this?
I think that's
multiple people have said
part of the issue in and of itself.
They don't mean flat at the eardrum, right? I hope.
I would hope not. Okay, so I mean, just in case anyone's watching that doesn't know this, so measuring at your eardrum, if something was completely flat, that would be completely wrong, because something that, even if you were to assume this is correct, which it's not, something here that is completely flat, a completely neutral speaker playing to your ear and then measuring at the eardrum, your ear changes things very significantly. Go and read listeners' HRTF article for full information on that. But flat at your eardrum is very bad. That's not what you
flat at the ear entrance is also bad. Flat pretty much anywhere related to a human head is bad.
Yeah,
your ear is a very unique shape that alters sound quite dramatically. Bad.
It's funny because, like, you guys are saying this, but somewhere somebody's going to hear this or watch this and be like, no, flat is neutral.
Well, yeah, no, not somewhere. He's in chat. Mark N.
Oh, okay. Well, is that even the position? I haven't. I'm
neutral is no attempt to tune. Any attempt to tune is not neutral, he says.
I love that take. Oh my god, that
we're
is
not even
so
in spicy
funny.
area yet.
I don't think Mark Ennan said at the eardrum, to be fair. I think he just said completely flat, which
so flat speakers.
To give him a sort of generous assumption, I'm guessing he means, like, you know, equivalent to measuring a flat speaker response at your eardrum.
Okay.
Which is less egregious, but still probably bright for most people.
Yeah, because you're going to end up, it's going to be like the in-room or something like that. But no, but OAE1 was not that. It was
2 at 45-degree angles, but that's more representative.
60 plus minus, and then, but it could have also been something else because the low frequency information, like the tilt is massive, right? So it could have been a different one. I don't know, but I suppose that's why I was originally asking that question about, like, there's a lot of people, especially, I mean, I don't want to sound dismissive of this point, but like, there's a lot of people who will talk about, oh yeah, when we're listening to speakers, we're always listening to it in this condition, so why wouldn't I mimic this condition in headphones, right? And that's why I asked that earlier. But let's get back to the
chat's being weird.
Yeah.
Did you gonna never mind. I'm not gonna go there.
Go on.
Oh wait, your wrist is hurt anyway. You probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the, if somebody is to say to you what Mark N is saying here, what's the response? I don't know what that actually means. So
I mean, you have to walk someone through the whole goddamn thing, right? Like, you have to be like,
Yeah.
okay, so first we got to talk about head-related transfer function, and then we have to talk about the directional sensitivity of sound timbre.
Well,
and then at some point in this process, they walk away.
Yeah, let's take the steelman of this, though.
Wait.
Say
Mark N just said, yes, but I did not claim it sounds good. So I think he's just talking about...
Mark N has revised his position to neutral is the tuning that is most preferred, so Mark N has now thrown in with Sean Olive.
Okay, but what did they mean by neutral? This takes us back to the original point.
I think he's neutral is the tuning that happens to be most preferred, i.e. he's saying harmony.
Okay. Yeah. So
although his original statement was neutral is the best, not Harmon. So
we have to move on. We have other topics, but
we can move on, I think.
Yeah, we can just continue crucifying this one chat person.
Sorry, we're not trying to be mean.
By the way, arguing with chat isn't bingo for anyone who needs that.
Okay. It is a common misconception that I think a lot of people kind of approach this stuff with, because they have an idea in their heads of like things should be neutral. So I get this, even spectral balance, right? But as soon as you dig a little deeper, it opens this massive can of worms where it's like you really need to anchor your definition of neutrality to something in particular in order for that to make sense. And then we could say, like largest cluster, for example, that would be a definition of that, which makes sense. Okay, let's move on. Topic number 2, if I may.
So this one was from Blaine, I think.
How much does distortion matter? And how much distortion?
Oh, that's the boring one from me.
So when it's audible is the question.
Maybe we can answer this if you think it's boring.
Well, no, I mean this. So the only reason I put this on is because Cameron and I can disagree about this.
Oh, so should this be in Fight Club?
I don't know how much to disagree, because I mean my answer to this at the moment would be Yeah,
I mean. Well, I don't know, but I would set the bar for where I'm like, this is not going to be a risk above every device you have ever tested, pretty much.
So, like, what's your threshold here? Like -50?
Well, it depends on the order, right? Like, if you're talking about high order stuff, and particularly if it's high order stuff that is level, like, all right. I warned you this is going to be boring. Do you actually want to go on? Because the answer here is that it depends a lot on the crest factor of the content, the playback level, and particularly the most objectively objectionable kinds of distortion are the ones that are loudest when the level is lowest. So things like zero crossing distortion and also ladder nonlinearity distortion in ladder DACs.
And we tested
those are
this
the things that are the most audible.
With, I think, that simulating amplifier distortion piece, which unfortunately I don't think those sound files work anymore.
I mean, we can contrive a new distortion, or people can download Distort, made by Paul Kane, which is an excellent software.
That's a good tool.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is. It's fun when you actually run those tests to realize, hey, this thing has actually quite a bit of distortion and you can't hear it. So,
although you can also you can contrive a circumstance where you hear minute amounts of distortion. I've made this point before, but you can easily hear a 100 dB down distortion if you use intermodulation products from ultrasonics.
Your situation where your distortion product is very far away from the fundamental.
Exactly. Well, I mean, which it necessarily is with ultrasonic stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
What the hell have I just been tagged with? Look at headphones.com Discord lounge.
What is going on?
Oh my
god. All right.
Well, that's not going on stream.
Shout out to
There's your new profile picture.
That is not my new profile picture. Do not pin that.
I'd agree with Blaine in terms of that. Obviously, it depends on the level. The talk that I do at CanJam, I play 3 different things with different types of distortion, but all at the same type of level, just to show that they sound completely different and some are way more egregious than others. How much distortion is audible is again going to be dependent on the type, but there's certain things like, I mean, the Clip-L listening test, just the two-tone one, for example, I can do that as low as it goes, which is like minus 70 dB, which isn't too crazy. And you can see there's a bell curve for sort of where people get to on that. And obviously it's a small number, but there's people that will be able to hear that. Just sort of anecdotally, the devices that I've heard where small amounts of distortion have been seemingly contributing more to what you hear, and I've been able to sort of actually ABX between them rather than just they both perform well and I can't hear a difference, have been the ones where the distortion is changing in some unusual way, which does happen with various devices. So, I mean, DACs, we've spoken about this with the sort of, and this comes back to the crest factor discussion, but like the ESS IMD hump and stuff, or on R2R DACs, particularly with the way that some of them are set up, the way that they behave at low levels is quite different to the way that they behave at higher levels. Those effects seem to be the most audible ones to me. But then because it's a changing factor, it's like, well, how do you quantify that? Because it might not just be about the level, it might be about how it changes, what is it changing in relation to, and it's a multi-dimensional thing that you need just an enormous amount of time and money in order to actually get a conclusive answer to. So my answer is but I generally think I disagree with Blaine in that I think that it's lower than he thinks it is, because there has been instances when I have been able to ABX between two things which have levels which it wouldn't immediately cause concern, but then you also have the problem that a lot of the time there's also other factors which may or may not be audible. They might have different reconstruction filters, for instance, which, as on in the video we showed, can be audible. So even if the distortion profile is different, it might be nothing to do with that. So,
right,
yeah,
it's all the more reason that we need to put your mutant ears through more ABXs.
right.
Yes,
sooner rather than later. We
Yes.
don't know how long we get that benefit.
I'll do it when you do your Myths About Measurements video. How about that?
Oh god.
Hey, the script was
We're
done,
never gonna do it.
and the script was done, and then Andrew was like, "Yeah, add a section on impulse response to it."
No, that's not what happened. This is false.
I said
You were wanting to add impulse.
rhetorically. No, I said rhetorically. Do you want me to add this to it as well?
I said sure.
Oh
and then we decided not to do that. So the script is done.
Wait, we did decide not to do that?
Yeah, I thought Andrew said he was going to handle that for his.
No, it's
No, that's the
that was a
other
separate
thing that he
That's the
asked me
other
to
thing.
add.
Yeah.
Got
That was the thing that, well, yeah. That's
That
actually
would make
the
this
biggest
the
myth
most
about measurements.
morbidly obese
It'd be weird
video
if it didn't
ever.
include that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next topic at hand.
Oh, this one's the one I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, is interesting alone worth it? So maybe the better description here is there a place in the audio hobby for the equivalent of complex watch movements? That is to say, doing things in an overly complicated way, simply because you can, and not because it yields a better result. So simply because it's interesting in and of itself, audio equipment as a conversation piece, if you will. So that is the full description of that. And I'm thinking of examples like, you can take this in a number of ways, but you have examples like the Hi-Fi Rose stuff, which legitimately looks like mechanical
Beautiful.
watch stuff.
Yeah.
But then you also, and presumably isn't necessary, but then you also have on the acoustic side of things stuff like Subtonic Storm.
Yeah, it's a good example.
Right.
Although it's not a perfect example because it kind of
or ribbons,
does yield a better
ribbon
result.
headphones.
But
Sure, ribbon headphones, right?
I mean, I was thinking most of like tubes here, because mechanical watches have a strong parallel to tubes.
Sure.
Like, in both cases, it is the older technology. In both cases, it has objective demonstrable flaws. And in both cases, a lot of people really like it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's also cases, though, where there aren't clear objective flaws. There's situations where it's like, it measures perfectly fine and objectively is excellent, but it still, costs 10 grand because it's a DAC that's running at, hundreds of megahertz and has all sorts of proprietary stuff in how it's working, which I mean, my answer to the question overall would be, I think yes, although you have to be willing to, just like in watches, accept that it's not actually necessarily better. I've got friends who are into watches and stuff, and they're not going to tell you, oh no, it's way more accurate than the clock on your phone. It's not, but they'll still pay the money for it and be interested in it because it's just kind of cool. and that's
that's
okay.
cool.
As long as you're all right with it, that's fine.
The
It's when
unfortunate reality is that that's not the reason. That's not usually what happens.
No,
In
a lot of the
audio.
time it's and this is especially because a lot of the time some of these overcomplicated ways of doing things, which may genuinely happen to be really expensive ways of doing things as well, regardless of whether or not they are objectively good or bad or fine, a lot of people might not understand them all that well, and so will take the marketing a little bit at face value. And that's
and the
where things
marketing
start to
is
get
very
like,
often, it's better sounding. It'd be
You're-
as if
you're not going to see one of these products in audio where they do it this way and then say that we just did it because we thought it was cool. It doesn't actually sound better. No one's going to say that.
It probably wouldn't
well,
be successful,
actually-
but I would like for that to be tried. You know, like
I kind of feel like the Mola Mola almost gets there.
Oh.
I mean, well, the Mola Mola is a good example of it because it objectively performs really well. It's a
Yeah.
really overcomplicated and sort of over the top way of doing things, but there's no drawbacks to doing it. I mean,
Yeah.
subjectively,
Well,
I've
except
not
the money.
tried one,
Price.
but
Price
except
is
the
price
money.
is definitely a drawback for doing it.
I've not heard one, so I don't really have any sort of
Mm.
subjective thoughts on it. I know a lot of people do subjectively really like it. How much of that is because they know that it's really complicated and really expensive, I don't know. But again, it's one of those things where if you have the money and you're willing to pay for something with the understanding that it may just be something that is just done in an interesting way because you can, why not?
I just feel it's not. That's not what's going on, and I wish it were the.
Oh no,
way
I totally
things
agree
work.
that it's
Yeah.
that's not what usually happens.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Mola Mola is just the one that comes to mind where, like, that's Bruno, right? That's his thing.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a very
I don't know if
sensible
he's still
guy.
there or not, but
Yeah, but originally, he was a very sensible. He is still a very sensible guy. But I don't. If you look there, you don't see a ton of things that are saying, that are waxing philosophical about how rhapsodious this fucking music is, or all the what hi-fi things. But
I mean, there's other examples like I think is it Andreas Koch, he was one of the guys that was involved in creation of DSD, and now he helps run a company called Playback Designs, which make 1-bit DACs. And the stuff that they do is genuinely really cool. How much it makes a difference, again, I don't know. I've not measured or heard one, but if you have enough money to buy a very expensive DAC like that, and you go, I want to buy one that was, designed by the guy that created DSD, pretty much. That's kind of okay. Although, as Andrew said, it's usually not what happens. But
I find myself more
Which is tragic,
compelled
really.
by things that are like physically interesting, or like things that aren't just like, oh, it's interesting conceptually in terms of the way it works, and I know that, therefore it's interesting. I'm less compelled by that than I am things like the Hi-Fi Rose stuff, where you can physically, like, every time you use it or touch, whatever, every time you engage with
knob
it,
feel is 11 out of 10.
like there's you have that. Or I mean, it could just be like another example is like the name Unity Atom that has that center volume thing, which is really cool, and it lights up, like stuff like that. It's like, if there's something like that about it that brings me joy when I engage with it, I think that then interesting alone is worth it, or interesting is sufficient there. But I forgot where I was going with this. Oh yeah, there's interesting, but then there's also like things where it's not just about it being interesting, but there are potentially like form factor benefits. Like, for example, the chord stuff. I'm mostly interested in that because it's small and slim, right? And it would be convenient to put on the desk, right? It's less about the marbles for me, for example.
I don't like the chord balls.
Yeah. So like
to
me, it's like that's actually inconvenient. It's more that the form factor of it is appealing.
One thing I'd like to point out here, and this is a really interesting delineation of age groups, is that apparently Andrew is old enough to sit on the side of the people who want the milled from a single billet of aluminum kind of boomer audio technology, whereas we're all young enough to be like, I wanted to have a weird circuit. So it's just sort of an interesting perspective on age.
But that's the thing. If the circuit doesn't make a difference, I don't care, really. But yeah, you're right. It is like, I care more about the surrounding myself with nice, beautiful objects.
'Cause, I mean, there's some stuff where it's like, there's
All right,
also
you
the
say
case
that, but then I
I
look at your
don't.
backdrop.
I don't do this, but that doesn't mean that
You
it's
wish
not
you did.
Exactly.
There's also cases though where it's like where something is, you can argue about the audible effects of it, but it is objectively demonstrably better. It's like the Hollow May, the DAC. Objectively speaking, it is the most accurate R2R DAC available. That's, I think, maybe with the exception of the new Texas Instruments chip that came out a couple months ago. And like visually, it looks fantastic, and just the way that it works is really interesting. Whether that's the distortion level that you achieve with that is of a benefit is up to you. But like just the fact alone that that it's got that level of performance and that the engineering behind it is genuinely really intense is also pretty cool. But then there's also situations where people will overcomplicate things and spend a lot of money on things in ways that are actively detrimental, like using 10 megahertz clocks on their DACs and DDCs and stuff, when actually they just make jitter worse, and there's no good reason to use them.
Let's overcomplicate it and make it worse.
Yeah, well,
Well,
I mean,
but like, is that interesting in and of itself, and therefore worth it?
Is it enough to make up
no,
for the worst?
well, that one I don't think that it's that interesting, because it's not that complicated or that unique, and there's dozens of companies doing it. There's nothing particularly. It's not like a watch movement where there's this company's got this particular approach to doing it and it's been meticulously crafted. It's an expensive clock in a nice looking box that they charge a bunch of money for. There's nothing interesting about it except for the fact that it's expensive.
Well, so to be clear, like the end of this question is audio equipment as a conversation piece, if you will. And that's a very funny framing, because I think most of these things would be an absolutely terrible thing to like bring up in conversation.
God,
yeah,
you don't want to start
are
talking to someone about this.
You can watch people do this though. I had the really unique joy of being someone who is somewhat in the know. Well, I guess more than, but I was with my mother visiting some of her old boomer friends, and they're very nice people, absolute sweethearts. But the husband is the most cardinal example of someone who is just super into audio and slightly oblivious to the fact that nobody else cares. So getting to see someone explain the merits of their audio system to an unwilling crowd of people who are forced to be there is something
I hate
I am
when you
extremely
get
knowledge
the
of
question
that.
is
Is enough to make me not do that. Like, it's just embarrassment, really.
do you guys ever because like, I mean, Andrew or Plain, you guys must get this quite a bit, where someone will say like, well, what is it that you do, and you sort of start to explain it in a way that's palatable. You just try and keep it to like a sentence at most.
I just tell people it's
oh,
not
so
important.
what is that? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Wait, what do you tell people?
It's not important.
Oh.
I
like someone
actually
saying,
kind of I like talking about my job, but I'll be like, okay, so this is complete nerd shit. Like
I'm happy to talk about it. I just know that no one else wants to hear
That's
about it.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
like occasionally someone asks follow-up questions, and I very carefully like titrate it to the level of nerdiness where they're like, "This is too much."
It's when someone asks you though, you give them a super baseline explanation, and then they ask another question. You're like, okay, and you start to explain it, and then you just see them regret asking the question.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it's like. And yeah,
So like when I tell people I measure headphones, they think I'm like bringing out the ruler, like the tape measure.
I mean, you should be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we do actually for the
This
past.
is included. Yes, this is part of it.
Yeah.
You should
okay,
just say yes when they have that
Yeah,
that idea in their head.
That's what I do.
You mean like you take a tape measure? That's exactly what I mean.
I can tell them like from the Mr. Bean movie, I sit and I listen to music. That's my job. Okay, we have to move on here. The next topic.
This was suggested by a user on our forum.
Measurements
Sage.
that
Sage
measurements
goes in all fields
that aren't useful. So this is in relation to things like impulse response, CSD, THD, and then the perhaps controversial one, the soundstage metrics, soundstage metric from Artings, which I gotta full disclosure here. It's also because Sam reached out to me and was like, hey, let me tell you about PRTF. But if maybe we can back up and put this in the greater topic of
Well, there are other ones to talk about.
Yeah,
than just
exactly. Yeah.
that.
But
So Blaine, you want to tell us why CSD doesn't matter?
We had someone in
It's
chat
the same
earlier.
bloody thing as FR.
usually,
Yeah, well, all
That's
right.
usually
With
with
headphones.
With headphones.
With headphones. Outside of headphones, it's not useful for a different reason. But CSD sucks, man. CSD sucks so fucking much. And it sucks for a reason that it's really hard to articulate to people who are not in the know because it's all about how Fourier transform math works. So you just start explaining, people are just like, oh, that's some fucking nerd shit. I just want to know how long it takes things to decay.
but also the issue as well is that it looks extremely compelling. It looks like a thing that should matter.
It is very pretty. I do like the waterfall on the screen. It's nice.
Floyd Toole called them decorative waterfalls in his cynical commentary, which, by the way, predates their use ever in headphones, but really was very accurate.
I think the main thing, just to preface all this, just to explain to people, is that a frequency response measurement, an impulse response measurement, and a CSD or cumulative spectral decay measurement in a linear time invariant minimum phase system, i.e. a headphone, all have the same information, and you can get one from any of them. If you measure the frequency response of a headphone, you can then derive the impulse response or the CSD from it. When you measure a headphone with Rumi Q Wizard, it doesn't measure the frequency response, then play an impulse response and see what happens, then do CSD. It just does a frequency response and then mathematically works out what the other ones are. It's actually all exactly the same information, just presented in different ways.
Which actually then makes people be well, and the Farina method actually gets the frequency response, then derives an impulse from it. Like that's why it does the whoop. But then people are like, oh, so it's not a real impulse, so I just need to do click tracks, and then we have to do the whole okay, but here's the actual impulse that was a click, and you see how it's exactly the same. But
well,
the joys of our job.
If you take the impulse response and FFT it, you get the frequency response.
And if you FFT it a bunch of times sequentially, you get CSD.
Mm-hmm.
There are also people who care about things like group delay and square wave and things that
all of which are the same thing. The time and the frequency domains are inherently locked together in a minimum phase system.
I have a question for you. Is there, given that, with headphones, is there any reason to post anything other than excess group delay to indicate that it's a minimum phase? Sorry, did I say that correctly? Is there any reason to post anything other than excess group delay to basically, say here's the smoking gun, this is a minimum phase device, so we don't need to care about it?
The only caveat with excess group delay is that technically, because it's the advantage of group delay is that you could see a fixed time delay as a fixed group delay, and you'd be like, oh, well, obviously that's just a time offset, which you can't see in phase shift because phase shift is all multiplied by the wavelength, all that bullshit. The downside is that at high frequencies, excess group delay will be less visibly intuitive because there will inevitably be noise. Like, you're not doing this in an environment where there is no noise, so there will be some elements of excess group delay, but they will be harder and harder to see as the wavelength becomes short relative to the time interval of your vertical scale.
Okay.
So it's like, you could argue that if you had a perfectly time-aligned measurement and you were in an exceptionally low noise environment, excess phase would be all right as an additional thing. In practice, I would generally say that both of those are more likely to just result in people reading tea leaves than anything else.
And just to quickly explain, so when you see measurements of a headphone, the biggest thing is, as I said, the frequency response of it. Some places you will see a group delay measurement. What we're trying to say is that contains the exact same information as the frequency response. You can't change the frequency response without changing the group delay. And the problem with the group delay measurement is that it might look a little scary, but actually the excess group delay measurement that we're talking about, excess group delay is if you take that frequency response, generate what would be the same frequency response for a completely minimum phase system and see what the difference is. In a headphone, because they are minimum phase systems, they will just be zero, flat line, besides any measurement noise.
So
and if there was something wrong, you would see it there.
which is people are visual, they want scores and graphs and pretty pictures. People who can actually use that info are limited. Like,
Yeah.
Which is why-
Well, the problem is that when you're presenting pretty pictures that and either drawing conclusions from them that don't actually make sense, or and it's tough to sort of say what's right or wrong here, but doing so in a way which is obviously going to lead people to make incorrect conclusions. And I'd say that providing group delay, not excess group delay, but just group delay graphs can very often do that.
Well, yeah, because the thing is, any system that has, and sorry, we should probably explain that to people. Any system which doesn't have a flat raw frequency response is going to have phase shift, right? If it's minimum phase, which means that any headphone that measures at all well is going to inevitably and necessarily have group delay, like it's not flat, and thus phase shift.
Also, why when you see certain products online claiming to correct the phase of headphones, it's an EQ. EQing your headphones corrects the phase of them. You don't need to do anything particularly clever because they are minimum phase systems, which means just a normal minimum phase EQ. If you were to EQ that to flat, it flattens the phase response as well.
So don't pay.
And furthermore, you also don't want
you don't want to use
response of your headphones. Like, the phase at your eardrum is changed by your ear. You don't want to fight with that unless you want to be creating phase shift you may actually hear.
Right.
Which is just addressing Peanut Jam in chat says, wouldn't a linear phase system be the best? Combined with a neutral FR, that would be the perfect headphones, right? No, because that would be the equivalent of if you had neutral speakers and then you just added a bunch of all-pass filters to add phase shift to them. Perceptually, that would be what you would be getting. And you probably don't want to do that.
So, okay. And it also gets into the earlier question of what is neutral. It's like a lot of things.
Leaving that aside. Someone in chat is asking about step response. Step response and square waves are the same. A square wave and a step response are just an impulse which stays at the level instead of just going up and then down.
Part of
so I want to.
But hold on, but part of the square wave thing I just had to touch on that comes from the Tyle Hertzon's hypothesis that square wave would be indicative of things like the finer little details in the music.
So
people are looking for that metric specifically because of that, right? We
should be clear about where that came from for Tyle, because I really don't want to throw Tyle under the bus here. Square waves have been used to measure amplifiers since time immemorial. They aren't really used as much for that nowadays, in fact, but they used to be, and for a simple reason. A square wave is an easy way to have a visualizable on an oscilloscope instantaneous or infinite bandwidth transition, which means that you can measure the bandwidth of your device with a square wave with an oscilloscope without needing a Fourier transform, just by looking at the difference in how quickly it rises. And that's why they became widespread in their use. Then we get to people in the headphone world who are using them for maybe not. Well, basically, I would describe the headphone usage of them as a cargo cult. I had a meaningfully, I actually talked to Franz at DIY Audio Heaven because we had this exact same conversation, as a matter of fact. Because his point was, I have all these headphones that have non-flat square waves. Surely this is indicative of there's meaningful phase shift. And I was like, yes, there's meaningful phase shift because at those frequencies, this headphone has a non-flat FR. And eventually I managed to convince Franz of it, but it seems that I'll be having this conversation again and again for the rest of eternity.
Yes, you will.
Judging chat.
Well, what the person who brought it up is saying, and I unfortunately agree, is that can there be a subjective correlation to it that one may not find just by looking at a frequency response measurement?
Well, there can be a subjective correlation to it because, again, it shows the frequency response just in a non-intuitive way. So, yes, because it's showing the same information as a frequency response, it's inherently going to have some sort of potential for subjective correlation. The problem is that it's extremely unintuitive to actually look at and understand visually. The only
people are
just
much
about
less
the only
primed to
things
understand it.
Just about the only things that you can easily get a sort of visual understanding of by looking at either a square wave or impulse response, or square wave in particular, is sort of what the high pass and low pass effect is, basically. That's about it. Everything else is not something that you can really
and people
understand visually.
will often, though, request it in addition to frequency response because they think it reveals something else that isn't captured by frequency response, and that's where the error
that's
is.
the problem. That I think is when we get into the issue of a lot of these things not being useful because they mislead people, even though an alternative view like impulse response in the hands of someone that actually understands its limitations and why it is unintuitive in certain ways could be more useful. The problem is most people don't have that idea, and they see something and just try to correlate it to their perception.
And the same issue goes for source gear stuff as well, because people will very often point to either the impulse response or square wave response of like a NOS DAC, for example, saying, look, it's got no ringing. It's clearly better. It's got no ringing because it's got a bunch of aliasing, which shouldn't be there. That was not part of the original signal. The ringing is a result of the filter working correctly and removing illegal content. You can't not have ringing without doing that.
Illegal.
Illegal is in above the Nyquist frequency.
Yeah.
In general, I also do want to point out that people draw these correlations cited, which is something that will inevitably lead you to false positives.
Yeah, so
it doesn't mean that all positives are false positives, but it does mean there will be a lot of them.
I think my main argument with it, the whole thing would...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think my comment with the whole thing is that it's not, I'm not saying at all, because it would be incorrect to say that there's no way to subjectively interpret information from a square wave or impulse response. It's just that why wouldn't you just look at the frequency response instead, given as it contains the same information in a far more intuitive way?
I wonder if we could get to the ratings. The reason why the ratings soundstage metric is not.
You might need to explain exactly how the rating soundstage works. I'm not actually familiar with it.
Okay, so
remember glancing at it a little while ago and wanting to cry a bit, but I can't remember exactly what the mechanics are.
For those who aren't aware of how the rating soundstage metric works, particularly the PRTF metric, what they do is they place a speaker in front of a measurement microphone, in this case a HATS, I think, and they measure it, a flattened speaker at a 45-degree angle in front of the measurement microphone, in this case something like a human. They record the response with a ear, like an outer ear, like one of these guys, a pinna.
One of them pinna.
And then they take the same measurement with that pinna chopped off. And then the difference between those two measurements is the PRTF, or the pinna-related transfer function. And what ratings claims is that adherence to this frequency response difference, when measured on a headphone with the same conditions, so one measurement on the ear with an outer ear, and then one measurement with no outer ear, when a headphone measures with a similar difference to the speaker difference, it will have soundstage.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, no, I mean, this one, this is just... Okay, so let's start with why they thought this was a good idea, right? They thought this was a good idea because, okay, the pinna has a large part of how we localize things, right? So they're saying, okay, well, this is in free field, or the closest approximation we can have. This is how we're localizing at least high frequencies some of the time. The problem with this is that a headphone is not a free field condition. In the headphone earpads, in that band, you are having standing waves like you do in the modal range of your room. Like if you've ever measured your in-room speaker response, you see that big area with all the peaks and valleys? That's the modal band. Some would say that's above or below the Schroeder frequency, depends on your interpretation. But anyway, that's the band where there are room modes, because the length of the sound waves is similar to the length of the dimensions of the space. That means that when you put in or remove an ear, you're not just changing how it affects an incident sound wave, you're changing the dimensions of the space in the ear pad. Which is one of the reasons that this will only ever work if you have headphones that are about this big, which might be a bit problematic.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it. Yeah, the other side of it is that in order to demonstrate this, you'd have to correlate it with subjective reports.
Which also has not been done. Yes.
Which hasn't, yeah.
But even if you could show that this had some effect for one headphone, you wouldn't be able to do it across headphones because the variables that influence this are going to be non-consistent.
Right.
Or
But
across
so
listeners,
here's
because the
here's
FR
the
changes will be inconsistent across people.
And
but that's
across
the one,
headphones, the same person
that's
will
the
get
point I was going
different.
to get to. So there's a confounding issue here, which is that your low acoustic impedance headphones are typically also going to be the ones that are extremely open, and therefore potentially other stimuli, right? The openness of the headphone are potentially going to confound even that subjective report if you were to try and correlate it. So how do you know that it's the PRTF effect and not the fact that it's, with these headphones and not these other stimuli that are responsible for that report?
There's a great deal of problems with this.
Yeah. It being based on a rig measurement at all is tough for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah.
Cameron had a thought, though.
Oh, what's up?
I was going to say, I mean, just on the open headphone thing, another thing is just that more open headphones are likely to have some sort of natural crossfeed as well, which will feed into it. But
yeah, the question of how much that actually happens and how much it actually matters is one of the legitimately unanswered questions in headphones. The odds, I would suggest, are not high because the crossfeed from the left to the right ear is like minus 70 dB or well, it depends on the headphone a lot, and it depends on like Keith Howard is all about the whole structure-borne vibrations because that can mean that you get actually meaningful crossfeed at low frequencies. Anyway, that's something that we should look into. It's unclear how much of an effect that has.
Man, this past week I came across a number of things that were like, how did you get there conceptually? And so this was one of them. The other one was the ratings. This is not on our rundown, but it was the ratings studio headphone, the ratings response curves. I didn't realize how conceptually flawed they were. Like they got to a reasonable result with the IEM one, but
the
seemingly
ones? Or do you mean
not ratings?
sound guys?
Sound guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, not ratings. Sound guys.
That's a whole other discussion.
Which is a whole other one. We maybe should leave that one for the next.
He's injecting a topic illegally. We didn't agree on this.
So this is a comment. This is a topic that's also been discussed on our forum by someone that we've all, I think, all had a chance to disagree with in a public chat somewhere. User by the name of Adu, who is currently trying to put together a neutral response curve based on the frequency response measurements of quote unquote neutral headphones measured on the 5128, which is similar to what Sound Guys did for their for both of their curves, actually.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what Sound Guys did.
The studio one is because I looked at that and I went,
yeah, it's the worst.
What? and okay, so I call this the naturalistic fallacy, but Blaine's right. It is. So yeah, it is the naturalistic fallacy, right? Like basically the headphones, and now we're getting into philosophy. I apologize, Griffin, but these headphones,
you're at 2 out of 3.
happen to measure this way. These headphones happen to measure this way, therefore they should measure this way. Is the conclusion of that concept, right? So they've taken a whole bunch, I assume from reputable brands, right? Like the ones that are like recognized for studio sound, and then they've created their curve from that. Now, if you think about it, it's like, well, how do you know that those ones were created ideally, right? They could have been mistaken about, how they implemented their studio headphones. So there's that problem. But then, go ahead, Blaine.
I'm just going to point out that the naturalistic fallacy, at least as used by G.E. Moore, is not about appealing to
no, it's not. It's you can't take an is claim and make a not claim from it. Yeah. Which I mean, that's the broadest sort of interpretation, but I think that's essentially what's going on here.
Fair enough.
So, anyways, conceptually flawed. We could do a whole stream on this one. Maybe we should just move on to a bit of a palate cleanser. Given
something a little less nerdy.
Yeah, let's go with some product impressions. And I know I'm wearing the Eris.
You don't want to do the Maya suggestion?
What was the Maya suggestion?
It's
Oh
under
yeah.
the-
We're running out of time, so
are we?
And Pud. So Maya suggestion, we could maybe put this one to the next stream, but my suggestion is basically like come up with a new idea for Pud's next headphone. But he actually just
How about we
already did
mention it
that.
now and discuss the option submissions on the next stream?
Yeah.
Guys,
Go
I
to
already
the
won this
headphones.com
one. I
forum
did
and-
this on Reddit, and he said he was going to make it.
There you go.
So owned.
Damn.
So,
But
the
did you see the one he
suggestion
made
is
recently, which is like 2 headphones
swappable.
That's
Close
so
back and
hilarious.
open back. So the suggestion is find the zaniest suggestion possible for Pud's next headphone design. So if you have an idea, go and post it on the forum thread on the headphones.com forum, and we'll talk through them next week.
linked in the
So-
description.
Recent impressions of things. We have the Moondrop Quarks 2. If you want to start with that one, Griffin.
Yeah. Actually, I forgot.
Sorry,
to bring it
Quark
over.
2. Officially Quark 2,
Yeah.
not Quarks.
So yeah, you got it. I got it. Caleb got it.
Yeah.
It's a front volume sealed, rear volume open, bullet style IEM under $20 that comes hardwired with a USB-C cable. It is apparently tuned rather close to both the existing Harman target for the 711 coupler measuring IEMs, as well as Moondrop's own new VDSF demo target. Doesn't sound very good. In my opinion, I found problems basically all across the board. Didn't like the bass. It was very incoherent with the mid-range. Mid-range itself was a little shouty, glary, kind of papery sounding, and then the treble was very nasty in the low treble.
Is this the
grating.
DSP one?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it have the clicky problem?
The
From the
cable has
FreeDSP?
been. The
Oh
cable
no.
is not.
I didn't hear anything at least.
That's good.
Doesn't have the issue, but the issue is the sound quality is poo. I had high hopes for it because DSP and the direction that things are going in with some of this, they're using more accurate acoustic impedance system now for their reference points and everything, but it's like they still made the wrong choice in this. It's very shouty. It's in my ear at least. I was hopeful because it has a better form factor than like the Sound Notes Zero and stuff like that. That's also kind of Harman like. But the issue with those ones is that the shell ergonomics were just, it never really properly fit in my ear. With this one, it does fit, and actually it fits fairly deep, which usually may alleviate some of the issues that I have in the treble, but it's just shouty and it sounds. Things don't sound like truly horrible until you hear, or at least until I hear percussive hits, cymbal hits. So then it's like, no, this is awful.
Yeah, and you don't want to
So-
show a measurement, do you?
I can if you want to send me one.
It is in
hold on.
live stream assets.
All right, I'll throw that up.
Let me.
So it measures not horribly, but subjectively it is. 1 second, guys.
Just grabbing the compensated as well.
These folks have the brainworms. They can. Why
No,
did that?
bad.
Hold on. Why did that not work? There we go. Okay,
Can we see it, chat?
they can.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So what's interesting is like the response under like, I don't know, a kilohertz reminds me of the Truthier Hexa.
It
Where
does,
it's
yeah.
a little
Similar.
bit bass light. But the response over that in like the 1 kilohertz, like 5 kilohertz region.
I
is
wouldn't
pretty
even call this
punishing.
bass light. I would just call it not bass boosted.
Yeah, I guess it's like not like a mid bass forward sound. It
Yeah.
has the extension. Also, I don't know if chat can see it. Oh, can they?
I can see it
Unfortunately,
watching
Yeah,
the
they
stream.
can. I can see it.
Yeah,
Watching
sorry.
the stream.
Yeah, it's not on.
That's a
stream anymore.
weirdly high, like 1 kilohertz area.
Not weird for IEMs. It's pretty standard.
I mean, the issue is, so here's a couple things, right? Because of the deeper insertion with this style of shell, this area here is like darker. Well, I guess you can't see where my mouse is. The area around like 6 kilohertz, well, basically like the treble above 4 kilohertz is darker. And
On
in
the
this
measurement.
case, yeah, on the measurement. Subjectively, it just sounds like this whole region from about like 2 kilohertz to 4 kilohertz is just massively boosted over the resonant harmonics above it. And that's just me. Maybe with somebody for whom it has a shallower fit, it wouldn't be like that. But like for me, the whole thing sounds glary and fatiguing as a result. So
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because like I do genuinely think that the bullet IEM fit type is drastically underserved in our market. And something as an alternative to the final E series bullets, but with better consistency between both left and right channels as well as unit to unit at this price would be very welcome. But yeah, just kind of missed the mark on this one.
The thing is, interestingly with this one, it's one that measures in a way where you wouldn't, at first glance of the measurement, think that is going to sound bad, right? And and the same thing is true. We saw those initial measurements from Moondrop from their marketing squig, right? And you look at that and you go, that looks like it'll be pretty good. But then
you have to know what their target is also.
Yeah.
Like once you've unpacked their target a little bit and you see that it's a much shallower tilt and they're using 128 DF instead of the population average, it makes sense how it sounds once you know that.
Yeah. Anyway, that's that. Unpleasant. Is the YouTube channel imbalanced for anybody else? What?
Huh.
Probably not.
How?
I don't know.
How would we mess that up?
So next one is the Eris. This one. Okay.
And Zeos, the father, is in chat.
Yes. Zeos, I know it is your birthday. Happy birthday. That is not going to mean that I'm going to pull punches on your headphone.
Happy birthday, Z.
So, okay. This headphone.
Do you have squigs?
I do, but I'm going to save the squigs for later because I'm going to do a review of this one. But my subjective impression, because I think it's also important for folks to realize that like we don't do measurements first and then listen. We listen first and then do the measurements. So I kind of want to just give the subjective impressions here. And just recognize that it's not a headphone that measures well. But here's the thing. I don't hate it. I've heard things that I have liked less. And there are pretty good reasons for that. This is a very V-shaped sounding headphone, but one of the things that has been done with the treble is that there is a boost to the treble that's a fairly consistent rise up towards like 11 kilohertz, right? And the consequence of that is that yes, it is overly zingy and overly like spicy up there. It makes it so that none of the lower treble harmonics are elevated over the sort of harmonics above it, and so it doesn't have that sort of compressed sound that sometimes you get for percussive hits, right? That you sometimes get from an imbalanced treble response. Even though this is an imbalanced treble response, to be clear, it's just that it's done in a way where the imbalance is further up. Or I guess you'd see it this way, further up. Would you? No, this way. No, you'd see it this way. So, but as far as the general,
with Andrew.
Yes, as far as the general sound signature is concerned, this is effectively a sandwich with all of the ingredients removed, or like the only ingredient that it has is cheese whiz,
mayonnaise,
frosting.
So it has a bass shelf that starts massively high up in frequency, and it's also a lot of bass, right? There are no mids. The mid range is non-existent. I mean, it's hilariously those 50 hours of burn are crucial.
Okay, so on that note about burn-in, so this is why I've not had sort of too much in the way of input on it yet. I've got a pair here. My plan is basically, I really need to adjust my camera. I'm really low now. I'm going to put them on my rig, measure them, leave them situated there, run them for 50 hours, and then measure again and see what happens.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
So actually, this is definitely a class 2 headphone. Would you say? Maybe even that mythical
it's a
class,
bassy boy.
that mythical Terran class, the low
Oh, I
anchor
know
class.
that's not
Like
that
I
much.
would say this is significantly more ridiculous than say even the 99 Classic. So it might be even
Wow.
might be a new low anchor for that, but there is that class that loves that, right? But yeah, my
Well, no,
impression is
even that class didn't like the 99 Classic.
oh really? But was it that
Yeah,
it didn't have
they
enough
I think the
just
guitar?
highest
hated
got
it.
rated was like 20 or something like that.
No, they rated it higher. They rated it like a 40, which is incredibly high relative to everyone else, but they still hated it.
Uh-huh.
They just hated a bunch of other things too.
Okay. Anyways, so the sound here, very V-shaped. If you love V-shape, sure. It is, and again, as I said, I don't hate it. I've heard things that are worse. It's not horribly, weird sounding in the treble, just a little bit zingy. But no mid-range, and that's sort of my main complaint. And then the bass shelf is effectively everything that anybody interested in audio stuff is maybe positioning their interests in contrast to, like the old school beats and stuff like that, or maybe like Audio Quest.
I have a pair of OG Beats Pros here as well.
Did you have
measurements
any?
for them too?
Did you have any impression on the soundstage, Andrew? Or the
I mean,
spaciousness effect?
the spaciousness effect is fine. I would actually say what my favorite thing about this, and actually what I love about this, is that it's very comfortable.
I was gonna ask
So
that
maybe
next.
it's like an EQ thing for me. And the other thing again is it might actually be a decent candidate for EQ, because I don't think you'd need to make too many fine grained adjustments in the treble. Like I probably wouldn't, I'd fix the mids and the bass, but I wouldn't bother to make any high Q filters, right? So Zia says, I def made it for bass heads, just happens it also does soundstage like a monster. Yeah, like, so the spaciousness effect is reasonable here. I have no issues with that. It's sort of like semi-closed. It's closed-ish, right? So I suppose for people who are chasing that, it's a interesting thing. And I think again, that's it. It has the hallmarks of spaciousness effect in its tuning, right, in its voicing. So that makes sense. Be reasonable for that.
Peanut Jam saying if headphones are minimum phase systems, the same frequency response leads to the same phase response, meaning that headphones with the same FR should sound the same, right? So where do the differences come from? A, find your A correct, but B, find two headphones that have the same frequency response, and then B, do they actually have the same frequency response on your head?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like saying
no.
Find two people who look exactly the same. You can't. There will always be some difference. And you can EQ, which is harder to do with people, although still possible. Although I have had my medical ethics questions. But you will have an extremely hard time getting them close enough that people cannot differentiate them. And that, in turn, as Cameron says, depends on what they have on your head, which is not going to be the same as the difference between them on the mannequin.
FR at the eardrum is a highly specific thing.
Also, did we put in we put in situ FR?
Yeah. All right. In situ.
Somebody just got fucking bingo. This is HPTF too, actually, so I just got bingo.
I'm still quite a ways away.
How?
So we can keep going. I have a whole bunch of squares, just not in a row. Oh Jesus. I don't even, Mark, I don't know if I can even read that.
Okay, EQ2 headphones identically using in-ear mics. Okay, having actually tried to do this, I don't think you understand how hard that is.
Because the microphone placement is
super sensitive.
Well, that, but also because when you're listening to headphones, canal effects exist.
Yeah.
And headphones move. And small moves will mean that you cannot get them to be the same. You can get them to sound massively more similar with in-ear mics. but you will never get them to be exactly identical.
Okay.
And
And
it's
also
unlikely
just the
that-
fact that in-ear microphones are ignoring the ear canal transfer effects. It's just compensating then for your outer ear stuff, which
So
To be
even if
fair,
you were
the
to
canal
assume that
load
you could do
effect
perfectly.
so
should
I mean, we've seen
if
massive
it was
variation there
open-
as well, right? So
Yeah,
if
for
it was
open
open
headphones,
over ears, it should be okay.
Yeah,
okay, guys,
yeah. If you're
let's
trying
move
to
back
like do an
to
open headphone to a
let's
closed
get back on
headphone, those
topic
canal
here.
effects do become more important.
but we like
Let's-
tangents.
Yes, we do. That is, if that was on our bingo card, we would get that.
It is.
Um,
It is on our
okay,
bingo card.
Okay, great. I just want to note here, Zio says, with regards to the Eris, brain and driver break-in will save you. I'm not sure that driver break-in is a thing that has been demonstrated with this kind of thing, but one thing that I do want to acknowledge is that what a lot of the time when people talk about driver break-in, what's actually going on is pad wear. And as the pads conform or deform, right, it actually like the deformation character might change or something might change with the pads, and so the actual response is different because say the angle is different or it's sitting a little bit more like this, right? That's the kind of thing that can change the FR of the eardrum, and then people are bound to report a difference in the sound quality. So this idea that break-in is non-existent or is existent in drivers, I feel like so much of that can just be explained by the pads.
And pads
Actually,
do break in.
Yeah,
I have
they do
another
break in,
question
so it's
about the
very real.
Eris, actually. How is
Yes,
the included
Cable burning.
Yeah,
So-
that's
using
not what I
the-
was.
I'm using a listen more cable right now because
Oh, okay.
because
Is it burned in? Have you bought the Nordos $50,000 cable burning machine?
I
don't
would
have
actually
that.
also like to note that if you would like an attractive cable like that, you could visit our sponsor and employer, headphones.com, the number one
There
place
you
to
go.
buy headphones, learn about headphones, and also speakers,
I
cables,
think
to some
are there
degree
different
amps and
colors?
decks. We
Are
do have
this-
some different colors. We
yeah.
have 2 colors right now. We have blue and silver, and let people know if you want to have more colors because we have samples of green and orange.
And they don't change.
Take the
sound.
red cable, and I show you just how
So
bad I'm
the cable that comes. Oh yeah. So we have a fun video next week for you guys. So the cable that comes with the Eris is this one here, and I don't dislike this cable at all. It's just that it had a Pentacon. That's why I'm using this.
Oh,
So
I dislike that cable if it came with Pentacon.
the harmonic guide cable. Yeah, so I don't have any issues with it. It's lightweight. It's kind of tangly, but it's lightweight. And it's not springy, right? It doesn't keep its shape that much. So I don't have any issues with this cable. Cables do not care. Okay, I'm just reading what Zio said here.
Super
10 hours of the
review.
pads on the pads. So yeah, if you're gonna say that there's burn-in with these headphones, I'm not gonna say you're not experiencing a difference because tangibly the pads could be having an effect here as they're being worn. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I know Zeus is in chat. He would not expect me to pull punches on this, and I'm not going to. But when I first heard this headphone, it was actually at Munich High End. We were outside of the show floor area. We were near the big horn speaker that kind of looked like a butt.
Oh, yes.
And I listened to it and put some Dead Mouse on, and I went, yeah, I don't hate this. And my impression here is the same. I don't hate it. It's not one I would ever choose, but I've heard worse. So that's
What's a worse thing you've heard?
Oh, weirdly, FIO FT5, because it has those severe harmonic imbalances in the treble. Gold Planar GL2000, just way more. This does a lot of errors of omission. Like I said, it's a sandwich without the ingredients, right? That's better than a sandwich that has poo in it. So
Fair.
and I
That's
have
fair.
heard. So if you just want, the Wonder Bread and Cheese Whiz of headphones, this is or maybe a better. It's like having 2 massive slabs of ciabatta just slammed together with nothing in the middle.
So there's 2 comments here. One, Zeus is based in his take on 4.4. Pentagon is the future. 2, I would like everyone here to describe to me the normal container for Cheese Whiz.
Spray can?
All right, Cameron, what do you think?
Yeah, aerosol spray can type thing.
Andrew?
I have no idea. Isn't it like a?
Okay, so people
I
tend
know
to
it's
think
a
it's a
very
spray
Mexican
can.
thing. We don't have that here.
It's
I was gonna
not.
say a jar or like a.
It is. You're correct. Cheese
Okay.
Whiz comes in a jar. It's
Oh, I'm thinking
easily
of
spreadable.
cheese.
You're thinking of easy cheese. But this is, for some reason, everyone thinks that has them reversed in their brains, and I don't know why.
I think.
I mean, the
I
other
think
solution is just have
being
actual
like-
cheese, but
So okay, but here's the thing. Here is where I want to give some, and again, I'll have a full review of this with
why
measurements
are we
and
getting
everything.
spray mayonnaise?
But I want to give a bit of
Sprayonnaise.
I want to give a bit of like a concession to Zeus here. I don't know why you guys are giggling at the dumbest shit. I doesn't.
Joyless, absolutely
You don't
joyless.
like
I'm gonna put
sprayonnaise?
joyless Andrew as a
No.
square on the next bingo.
If someone makes us a good sprayonnaise Photoshop, I will make it a sticker on the Discord.
So my point was more that sometimes Wonder Bread and Cheese Whiz is, you know, nurturing for the soul for people. Might not be healthy, might not be good for you, but sometimes that's what the people want. And now you have it in headphone form.
Super Review saying, have you guys seen Techmoan's newest source memes inquiry published today? Apparently he references us. Is that the one about the negative ions on CDs?
Yes. Yeah.
I haven't like watched that. I very quickly skimmed through it, and I mean,
Wait, where do you see this?
oh, this is
It's Techmoan's newest video.
1943. Yeah, I mean that's dumb, but I also don't really like CDs generally for various reasons. But
You and Dongers are going to fight.
I mean,
I don't
CDs are
disagree with any of
stupid.
DMS's reasons for liking CDs. I just don't like
I
CDs
do.
for technical reasons.
I also do.
All
right. Shall we move on, or? Oh, we have one more impression. I wanted to give a quick impression of the Bathies with the Dakoni suede pads that they make them for it. There's good and bad, but I would say overwhelmingly, this is awesome because one of the bigger issues with the Batiste is that it was highly variable depending on the head and the pad, basically like how it was being worn. For whatever reason, this one is a lot more consistent in its response, in terms of positional variation. So that's one thing. The other thing is that it's less of a lumpy mid-range. It still has the dip at around like 1 kilohertz, but it's less lumpy. So it's a bit more even. I would say that in stock configuration with no EQ, it has maybe a bit too much bass for me. But what I notice is that the dynamic mode is a lot better when using these pads. I find it to be, at least. And B, it made it so that the number of filters that I use on this headphone is now down to 3, whereas with the leather pads it was a lot more. So that's overall it's. I mean, I think it would even go for people who didn't like this headphone to one that they would like. It's that much of an improvement because, again, the response is more consistent. At like that 1K-ish thing is less
Do
weird.
you have comparison squigs?
I have squigs of it. I'm doing the squigs again because I also want to include the dynamic mode squigs.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you
but the
have an
initial
impression
squigs-
on? Sorry.
Hmm?
Do you have an impression on how deep they are versus the stock pads?
How what they are?
How deep they are, like the comfort of the
Yeah.
dimension
So
between
this is where I was
your
going to say
example.
it's not all good things. So comfort is better on this because it is less heat buildup. So it's actually easier to wear for longer periods of time. The pads themselves are similarly compressy, maybe a bit springier. They don't like memory as much, but they are very easy to compress. The deformation character is, I don't know what we call it, but very compressy. But one thing I notice where the downside is that with these, for whatever reason, I think it's because actually the material is less tight. It tends to kind of like fold a little bit more, which causes the some areas to actually touch my pinna a little bit more commonly. And then also, for whatever reason, I guess also because of the deformation character, just like a tiny little part of my ear touches the inside foam material. So that's if you have like really sticky outy ears, that might be an issue with them. So I would be cautious of that. And the other downside is that the pads are adhesive, which I am not thrilled about. But I guess they had to do this to ensure that the base seal is good. So, but overall, I'm very much happy with this. It went from a product that I would EQ a lot to one that I can now use on the go comfortably, no EQ needed. I just pop it into the dynamic mode and it's very, very good. And the bass is insane. Like the bass quality, for whatever reason, with this in dynamic mode is nuts. Like it's sub bass, thunderous, dynamic, punchy, all those things that you'd want. I guess maybe because of the way it you know what it does? It kind of like makes it more of a slope that rises up into the sub bass for whatever reason. And yeah, really, really
maybe gluing
engaging.
the pads had a positive
That's what I'm
effect.
thinking. It might have actually had a better result there.
Sub bass rise up.
Davina Duckworth's got an interesting comment saying the best pads should be acoustically transparent, i.e. they should not detract from the driver's sound. That's not really possible.
The sound of the driver is an interesting premise.
Yeah, there are those brands that do that. Like there's those IEM brands where they're like, I want to let the driver fully, flex itself.
Well, I mean, so just to sort of explain it to people, because people may genuinely not know, there's a lot of reasons why pads are going to affect sound. Part of it is sort of what Andrew was talking about there with just sort of positional things. Certain pads are going to be more or less squishy. They may mean that the drivers and headphones themselves are positioned slightly differently on your head. But just also sort of how well they seal against your head, the amount of leakage, all this kind of stuff, as well as just sort of the absorption and reflectivity characteristic. Like there's a lot of things.
The pads are the room that your headphones driver plays into.
Yeah,
like
the only way to not have
listen in an anechoic chamber.
No, the only way to have the pads not affect the sound in any way would be to not have pads. But then if you don't have pads, you have complete leakage, and you need to glue the headphones to your head. And so you're not
or
going
have
to
the headdress things like they do with the K1000s.
Puds next.
Yes, but those headphones have to be specifically designed to run free field, otherwise it doesn't work. Like having pads, having a headphone where the pads are transparent is not really possible, just because the pads are an inherent part of the design of the headphone and how sound is affected.
Sammy in chat says singers sound better without jaws to let us hear their sound chords without any interference. Yes, that's roughly the concept.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good analogy. Like you could cut someone's jaws off and just have the vocal cords. It's not going to sound as good because your mouth and the way that everything moves there significantly affects the sound.
It could sound better. You have no idea. Music is creative expression. It could sound better.
You could be really dedicated to the craft to take
exactly. It's the art form.
off.
Okay.
So you're saying I should super glue my 652. I did know someone that unironically ran their HD 800s with no pads. Just
what are you holding? What is that?
It's a water bottle.
That's a spray and ace.
You almost got me. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Can anybody else
just one more thing from chat? Someone was like, do pads that are very soft or very stiff still break in over time? And yes, you should assume for all headphone pads they are basically deteriorating over time. You will pretty much want to replace your pads on a regular basis, frankly. Like even if the surface finish is okay. Well,
I have to get something.
I mean, like if you're not doing that, you are probably getting a absolutely bizarre FR.
So like I don't like the adhesive pads because you know what I mean. Like it's annoying.
Just fucking remove the adhesive.
I don't mind them personally.
I know it's just annoying to do.
I mean, it's just a chore.
So
anyway,
I will say it's worse when it can be like some of the older Odyssey designs, where when you rip off the adhesive, it leaves residue behind that isn't just adhesive, where it has kind of like that felt material that can kind of stay behind.
It's gross.
Yeah, it rips off part of the ear pad.
You got to use.
I don't like that.
Some sort of alcohol or something to scrape it
not
off
a fan
with a chisel.
Yeah.
People making fun of me for being British, so I'm going to use this in future because it's a bottle of water.
Does anybody else have impressions of things they've heard recently? I want to get Blaine. What are your impressions of that Fidelio X2?
It's okay.
Okay, and
I
Cameron.
would
No,
no. I mean, like, I want to actually elaborate on that. I cannot actually think of a headphone that I have recently heard that has made me have such a meh response as this one. It's like I don't want to tear it off my head, but holy shit, this is kind of joyless.
it's clampy.
It's just, yeah. Well, I mean that too, but I mean just sound wise, it's just mediocre. It's very odd to me, and I think it's down to the treble, because I had the similar response to the Utopia, and I don't think it has the same thing, but there's an unevenness in the treble of both of them. But still, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah. What did you think of the comfort overall? Obviously, Andrew said it's clampy, but
way too clampy. Giant head does not like.
What are your impressions of the cat ears? Or fox ears?
They're pretty soft. These are cat ears.
Okay.
They're pretty soft. Actually, they're surprisingly soft given that they were just cheap Amazon ones.
And how did they go over the convention?
Well, I won't know until CanJam, will I?
Oh, okay. I was making a... Okay, never mind. I was making a different joke. All right, and Cameron, any recent impressions?
Nothing too much. I've got the Hypherman Shang Senior in, but that's not new. But that's mostly just because I've got a big amp coming to review, and I needed something appropriate for it.
Gotcha. Should we move on to music that we were listening to recently?
Yes, please.
Oh dear.
My
Blaine.
Yeah, this is a segment that I'm trying to make regular, just so we have a way to punish Blaine regularly.
I'm happy to go first if you guys would like.
Yeah, feel free.
Go for it.
So, two things. One is I've been listening to an album called Charismatic Leaders by Wheel, Wheel. It's I would say it's hard rock-ish, hard genty rock, if that makes sense. Not groundbreaking compositionally, but the recording quality is very good, and catchy tunes, catchy songs.
Cool.
Good musicianship too. The other one, the other one I've been listening to is from a soundtrack. I'm a big fan of Michael Ackerfeld. He's probably my favorite writer, composer, and he produced the soundtrack for a Netflix series called Clark, which is about bank robbers or just robbers in general. I actually haven't seen I watched like one episode of the show, but I listened to the soundtrack, and the soundtrack is very, very good. Weird. It's weird, but that's really all I can say about it. some incredible music there, but also very weird.
Cool. Cameron, you want to go?
Mine would be an album called The Organ by Polaroid, Polaroit.
Can you type that?
Yes.
Please, in chat. It's much easier for me to copy and paste because, no offense, these are the recommendations I'm most interested in.
These guys, they've got a fairly unique style of music. It's a sort of electronic, atmospheric mix of sort of kind of EDM, but mostly ambient type stuff. And particularly if you have headphones that stage well, or if you've got a sort of big speaker system with some subs and thing, it's just impressive to listen to. I've been a fan of their stuff for quite a while, and this is their new album. It's got only 4 songs on it, but cello in that one is excellent. I would recommend people give that a listen.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
No, that's the main new one at the moment.
Okay, Blaine.
Like super suggestion there.
Yes, well, I mean, I have of course been listening to the AI generated Super Review theme song. I mean, that's been a lot of my listening lately, to be entirely honest.
Yes, we are all bumping that.
But other than that, I've been trying to get into a new like one guy in guitar thing named Seth Watkins. I'm not really super sold on him, but his version of My Old Man's a Provo is pretty good. Let's see, what else do I have that's marginally embarrassing?
Embarrassing recommendation.
Powerwolf came out with a new album, Wake Up the Wicked. I thought that was actually pretty good. I know that all
What-
Powerwolf stuff kind of sounds the same, but
Is it metal?
I'm not familiar with Powerwolf.
yes.
Okay.
Wait, you haven't heard Power? Well, I mean, if you hear like three, like, all right, well, just search Resurrection by Erection and you'll fucking hear Powerwolf.
Risky click.
And we are demonetized.
Yeah. All right, and Griffin, your music.
So I have two things I've been listening to that I have really been enjoying. The first I will put in chat is the band Cola and their album The Gloss. So Cola is a kind of a modern post-punk type indie rock band. 3 members, pretty simple arrangements. The vocalist has a very kind of low-tuned, like baritone or bass voice. It's very free of any emotion, so it's very dry to listen to. But the guitar playing, bass playing, and drums
speaking
are
my
very
language.
solid. If you're into like post-punk in the vein of like a lot of the stuff like Parquet Courts or like that kind of post-Devo type of punk music that's been around for the last like 10-15 years, really solid listen, great recording quality. Their last record is called Blank Curtain, I think. It's also really good. On this record though, The Gloss, there's a song called Keys Down If You Stay. Very sweet song. And then the other one I've been listening to a lot is a band called The Marlows, which is kind of more of a mix between like indie and like funk from the Eastern Hemisphere. So if you think of bands like Kruang Bin or stuff like that, The Marlows is more of like kind of a hi-fi version of that, where the recording quality is kind of like bumped up a lot, but the instruments and sounds used are kind of similar. And those are the two that I've really been listening to a lot recently. But that Cola record in specific is like, I listen to it at least once a day. Like the songs are crazy listenable, while also being like kind of like cool. Like, yeah, I'm a cool guy playing punk music. So those are what I've been listening to most.
Oh, I do actually have a couple more. Dead Mouse has a new EP
Let's
out
go.
called Some EP, which is really good.
Wait,
I've been
listening to the artist?
Dead Mouse.
Oh, okay. Never heard of him.
I've been listening to Nils Fromm's.
Oh, there you go.
What's the album called? Oh my god, hang on. It's his main one. All Melody by Nils Fromm. That album is just fantastic, start to finish. Go listen
Thing
to
is,
Sunson.
he has that
All
one
Melody
song that's just so incredibly good, and I just wish the whole album was that.
Yeah. Do you mean Sunson or
whatever the main one is that he plays live?
I'm not sure. There's 3 songs on that album which I absolutely adore, which is Sunson, All Melody, and Number 2.
Or maybe it is.
Those 3 are just exceptional, and the recording's fantastic. Nils Fromm also has quite a good quote which I like. It was from an interview he did with Zale and Head recently, and so I can't remember exactly what the question was, but his response was just, "I don't care. I just like to make music for people with good speakers." So I think it was
nice.
It was basically it's like he doesn't try and cater to people who just are using standard.
He has the brainworms for sure.
Yeah, he does, but his recording quality is phenomenal. So I don't mind.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is he has the brainworms. He cares about that.
I actually do have one actually good song that I've listened to recently. Well, it's actually a single. It's by Colin McGuinness, and it's Sunken. It's quite good. And to balance that out, I would also recommend listening to Christopher Bose and His Plate of Beans.
What?
Okay. Blaine just listens to primarily meme music, so
I just misspelled that. There you go.
Let's move on. We have to move on. I'm going to cut you off.
Right.
We're going to move on
I'm
to
gonna post them in chat.
Okay, yes, please. The Subjectivist Challenge. We started this last week, and we want to make it a recurring segment. So we have to. The premise here is that we have to each describe a headphone in purely subjective terms. So we can't say anything to do with frequency response. We can't talk about its impedance, nothing that is measurable or objective in that sense. We can't use those terms. We have to use the subjective language. And the rest of us have to guess what that headphone is. So with that in mind, maybe we can start off with Mr. Blaine. Or would you rather
it's tempting
us?
to just no, I've got
If you
this.
don't have one in mind, we can suggest.
No,
one for
I
you.
actually do. I actually do, and it's one that everyone should have heard here, right? Okay, so timbrally, it's a little bit off. It's got a bit of a forward presentation, and frankly, the bass is not up to what people expect these days. But that's not surprising given its age.
HD800.
No.
Everyone, it was HD.
Very smooth treble. I would say unnaturally smooth, indeed.
Okay, so it's not a DT
HD600.
No. So I'll give you a hint. It's an earphone.
XX. Oh, KSC 75.
It's a what? Sorry.
IEM.
Oh, it's an IEM.
Oh,
I
IEM.
said on here. Etymotic ER2SR.
No.
A naturally smooth treble for an IEM.
Actually, let's think. What would I add? I always find myself playing this louder than I probably should, and I think it's because of the lack of bass, honestly.
We need more subjective terms here. How's the Pratt? How's the plankton? I need microplankton and macroplankton.
I would say that it is perceived to be quite good at retrieving the planktons.
It is perceived. How do you perceive it, Blaine?
I mean, I frequently hear new stuff when I listen to them just because they block out sound so well.
Wait, did someone already say Etymotic?
I said Etymotic.
He said ER2SR.
It's ER4SR.
ER4SR.
Well, it's the ER4S. I don't have your newfangled
you have
one.
the original. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, not the original, but you know what I mean.
I've still never tried Etymotic.
They have an odd presentation. If you insert them deep enough, you really can get away from most of the length mode stuff.
Push them in until they touch.
Not that far.
Okay, so I was given one by someone in the chat. Very sammy on Discord, though. Okay, so when I first heard this headphone, I was struck by how detailed it was for this kind of design. So it's a very kind of, from its build, you would get the sense that it's like going to be a heavy sounding thing, but when you put it on your head and listen to it, it's kind of the opposite, where it sounds very bright, detailed, kind of spacious for the kind of design it uses.
490.
The Sennheiser, no.
Yeah.
Can I say if it's open or closed?
Let's say no.
Okay. I found it to do very well with EQ, but it wasn't the type of signature that I found palatable when I was first listening to it.
Sorry,
I think
we're talking over your headphone.
Over your headphone.
Okay.
I think a lot of people would regard it as probably, for its type of build and design, among the more detailed options you can get, period, at any price. This brand is known for their headphones that are generally on the more detailed side in their class.
Odyssey LCD4.
No.
MM100?
Again, I heard it as quite bright.
Okay, quite bright.
LCD5.
No.
It's dark.
Andrew Park has definitely heard this headphone, has definitely EQ'd this headphone, has definitely enjoyed this headphone. After
enjoyed
EQ.
this headphone.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't getting
SD.
it. I'm trying to think of other things about it. It's not a design that's particularly known for dynamics, either pre or post EQ.
Okay, so Hi-Fi Man, HU1000 SE, Susvara.
No, I mean this headphone.
Oh, this is a tough one. Austrian Audio something. No.
You were closer before.
Poster?
You were closer before.
Okay.
It's a bright
HU1000 V2.
Else, no.
Okay.
Right.
I can say someone in chat has gotten it, but not enough people to call the game, I think.
Is it Terran
DT
that got
1990
it?
Pro?
No.
LCDXC?
That is it, yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. I have one in mind.
Yeah.
Let's Unless Cameron, did you want to?
No, you go first.
Okay. The one I'm thinking of is I would consider particularly neutral. It's one that I like a lot.
Sundara.
Over ear headphone. It's one that has the bass is while it is perceptually present, is not particularly dynamic. It's not particularly impactful, but I do like the overall sort of sound signature that the bass presents, especially the balance that it has with the rest of the of basically the voicing. The bass is also elevated. What did you say?
I said MM500, but
no,
then you said
no,
bass.
no. I was considering
this
that one. No, it's over ear. The bass is elevated, and it is not particularly dynamic and impactful. The rest of the presentation is it's balanced for the rest of the presentation, but it is also a little bit on the blunted side of things. The treble sounds smooth but still blunted. And no, not.
Can you say whether it's an open back or closed back?
That'll give it away.
I wasn't right. Too.
Is it the fucking focal, the Denny's?
No.
Is it the ATH R70X?
No. You guys need more descriptions.
Yes.
Okay.
Aeon Noir?
Oh.
Aeon
no.
X.
Yes.
Okay.
Closed.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a headphone which detail isn't its strong suit, but it's got a lot of other things which make up for it. It's
R70X.
Quite mid-bassy headphone overall, with elevated bass profile generally speaking.
Something's EMF.
Warmer sounding. The way that it presents vocals is something which I really enjoy, and a lot of people seem to enjoy quite a bit as well.
Atrium.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
I can go.
If anyone else has suggestions,
Blaine.
feel free to DM me on Discord again.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna there were like 7 million models of this, so I'll accept that if you're even close. Okay.
Stacks.
Because otherwise we'll be here. Anyway, so fucking no bass. This is the no bass
LCDX. Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
Like absolutely no bass. People are always like, "Oh, my female vocals on this one," and I kind of get where they're coming from, honestly.
Grado
Nope.
Grado 325X.
Nope. So I was recommended
what form factor is it?
Over
here.
Kind of a weeby tuning. Maybe not as much as a lot of modern stuff, though. It has definitely some of that hyped female vocals, and then there's sort of like the recess in some of the treble that makes it a little bit less harsh.
You can't talk about a recess in the treble.
Okay, I'm sorry. The treble is blunted.
There you go. I'm trying to keep a close eye on Blaine because he defaults into proper descriptions.
I mean, to be fair, so do I.
So no, this one is one that I was recommended for gaming long ago.
R70X. No, that has bass.
No,
M50X?
No, that has bass.
No, it's a much airier presentation than the M50X.
Okay.
Is it the Audio-Technica AD700X?
Yes. Actually, it was the AD700, but I said there's a billion ADs. It's funny that chat immediately got that it was an Air series and you guys didn't, though.
As soon as you said gaming, it clicked for me.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have any?
I haven't gotten any DMs, so I would have to think of one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can
Fight Club.
One. All right. I have one more.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, my camera battery's dead. 1 sec.
This headphone is a generally strange tuning. It has a forward mid-range character to it.
Over ear?
Yes, over ear. It lacks in bass. It is not punchy at all. It's not dynamic. It has a ridiculous sense of soundstage and extremely positionally distinct imaging laterally, with
K1000.
some of the
Raw.
most insane instrument separation. It has a little bit of harshness in the treble, I find.
Abyss.
Nope.
No, he said no
Harshness in the treble, but it also is one of the most detailed sounding experiences that I've ever had
HD800?
in headphones. Nope. And it is one that
Axel 700.
yes.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
I just literally just sat down.
Okay, I was given one.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not a particularly detailed, dynamic, really any technical quality isn't something that like people would say this headphone excels at, but it's still a very popular headphone. I personally really like the look of it. I think it's one of the headphones
As
that
an
like
Varian.
I actually don't love the look of those. It has even a bit of a following just because of its look. But in terms of the sound signature, it's kind of a bassy, fun, kind of traditionally just like consumer-ish type of tuning. A lot
the
of
H100.
people. No. A lot
Campfire
of people-
Cascade.
No.
That's not consumerish. That's
Well, it kind of is consumerish. It is definitely regarded sometimes as being a little bit too dark, a little bit muffled.
TRX00 Ebony.
No.
Teak. EMU Teak.
No, those are generally regarded as bright, I think.
Oh, okay. I don't know, just saying things that look.
Someone
Someone
does
in chat
not
says Nighthawk.
Is that
No.
consumerish though? Like, I feel like it's just weird
No.
at that point.
No, this was a good recommendation. I don't think most
I
people are
do
gonna
like
get it,
the
even though
the
we
way
all
the
know
Nighthawk
this
looks.
headphone.
Biodynamic
yeah.
Custom 1 Pro.
No, so it's on the dark side. It's bass forward, but not bass extended. So it doesn't have like a sub bass elevation.
You can't
It is
say bass
purely-
extended. You can't talk about
Okay,
the
so
shelf. You got to talk about.
Mid bass good, mid bass big,
Okay.
mid bass
Delio X2.
Punchy.
go boom boom.
Pillowy.
X3.
I would say it's on the pillowy side. I would
Pillowy.
The
say it's on
X3 doesn't have that much bass though.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
Yeah, we
No.
are.
They removed some of it.
No one has gotten it.
This is tough.
I gotta step up my game.
Pillowy. Consumery. Oh, is it the Denon D1001?
No,
That's a good
Draconian
guess,
Blue?
though.
no.
EMU
Pillowy
Purple
but
Heart.
lovable was a good way to put it. It's a lot of people's first
M50X.
headphone in this
M50X.
hobby. People who
If you
like,
say Porta Pro, I'll skin you.
it's
M-
portable.
All right. Griffin's getting skinned.
So Mark recommended that to me with the explicit instruction of not saying on ear.
Yes.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I can see why.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Shall
hope
we
you
move
enjoyed
on?
having skin.
Yeah. I think this
Wait,
is the
why
end
am
of
I getting
the-
skinned? What did I do wrong?
I don't know. Blaine just has
Giving
a
airtime
penchant
to the
for-
Porta Pro is fucking disgusting. I hate that thing so
It's not
much.
that
You're
good.
disgusting. I hate you.
All right.
The Porta Pro
uh,
is awful.
All right, let's move on to Fight Club. And we have
Should we
some
fight
I
about
have
the
to
Porta
text
Pro?
me.
I don't
Grab
know
it.
if we're really going to fight that much about this, but the topic here is does any driver type have, or could it have any inherent advantages over a different one? And this is a suggestion from our forum thread by Proxy.
Yes.
Yes, suggested by user Proxy, who is also Proxy on Discord. Good person.
Okay.
Enjoy them.
So the answer here is yes, there could be
Yes.
advantages, but I think I wonder if the impetus for this question is like the commonplace ideas about like how much should we care about driver type, and we've gone over that subject a lot. But what's your guys' sort of like answer for why are you guys answering yes to this?
I just whilst we're on the subject of cost, Blaine, the only reason you don't like cost stuff is because you don't have it hardwired to a dummy cable.
It's true. I've never tried that.
Literally
Maybe
solved
that
it,
would
man.
make me love the
Makes it
Porta
sound way
Pro.
better, especially if you don't have pads on it. Sorry, I just had to meme a little bit.
Especially if you don't have pads on it, you said.
I need to get some
Face.
pads for it.
Well, you just get some glue, as we discussed
He
earlier.
spent all the money on the cable. He couldn't afford pads. All right. No, but I mean, like, the answer there is kind of trivially yes. Like, that's like asking if there's a reason to make a diesel or petrol car, or a reason to use a V6 or a fucking flat 4 or a fucking Wankel engine. Like,
Well,
there
yeah.
are actual technical considerations, but that doesn't mean that something using them will be good.
Yeah.
It just means that they have different technical parameters.
May I
Or
bring
they
up
will all have a similar character. Or
may I
anything
bring
like
up necessary and sufficient conditions?
That's 3. You're out of here. All right, for those who want to X off, Griffin gets mad about philosophy.
Yeah, that
Congratulations.
counts. Yeah. All right.
Terrible.
Sadly,
but you
that
get-
doesn't
you get-
give me anything.
But you get what I mean, right? Like you get that. Like that's. However, I will say there's probably exceptions to this where like there are certain types of drivers that could get used in certain applications that would just be bad for headphones. Would you say that's
Oh, yeah.
true?
Like,
Yeah.
piezoelectric. Like,
There you
nobody
go.
wants to have
There you
those
go.
things.
Oh.
Balanced armatures.
Well, I mean, no,
Yeah.
balanced armatures are actually a good example. They're not very good for headphones.
They're not. Yeah. So
Like, the whole
it is
point
a little
of them
bit
is that you get
application-specific.
crazy output, so you can use them with hearing aids, which have
Yeah.
small batteries and have to go very loud.
Bone
Also, someone in
convection.
chat is saying ring driver. If you mean ring radiator, that's just a normal dynamic driver that has the middle cut out.
Yeah. What would you say? I see. Yeah, this isn't really one where I think we're going to fight because I think we all kind of agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's clear advantages for certain applications, but you shouldn't buy something just because it has the driver. You should buy something for the result that that driver has enabled.
Right. And I think that's
Yeah.
where the fight might occur with the audience, where I think there's a lot of folks who believe that there are inherent advantages to driver type, and this is therefore the consequential thing for the sound quality that they enjoy
Well-
about a given product.
Well, there are
Let's-
inherent
let's
advantages to
simplify it
driver
then.
type,
Let's make it more fightable, which is the
Yeah,
best
well, that's what
driver
I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. Like,
which is
Which
the
is the
best
best driver
driver type.
which is the best driver? Yeah.
Well, it depends on the application.
Nope. Doesn't.
What's the
doesn't
best
depend
driver
me.
for over-ear headphones?
I
Because
mean,
IMs are
like,
low-fi.
if-
Is that on our?
If we had to
There we go.
genericize it, the best driver is moving coil, because moving coil can be used in everything from micro driver to a speaker, and it can work great.
Okay,
So
I'm not
Dynamic.
actually.
Moving coil dynamic
I have
drivers.
a slightly different reason, which is that dynamic driver. I'm also going to say moving coil because it's way cheaper to produce or way cheaper to make products with than
Cheaper?
many alternatives. I mean, I'm not saying all alternatives, but like say the common ones like planar and E-stats cheaper.
Cameron.
yeah, it's it.
Yeah, I mean, dynamic driver is generally going to be some of my favorite headphones have been planar drivers, but it's also a lot easier to screw up a planar design than it is with a dynamic driver, I feel. So, I mean, there's going to be certain things like that are general trends in characteristics between drivers, which I think is what people may want to ask.
Okay.
Like, a bass profile, just go
Yeah.
on something generic.
Well, there's
with
one
a
in chat
dynamic
right now,
driver.
which has better timbre.
Okay, timbre
That
I
depends
wouldn't
on
say is something which
implementation.
you can genericize. Certain things like bass profile, where planars, they're going to be pretty much flat. Maybe with once you break the seal, then leakage and everything. But dynamic drivers,
So-
it's more usually of a sort of smooth like hump presentation, depending on how you tune it.
Well, the reason though is because they're tuned differently. Like, if you made a dynamic driver with the acoustics of a planar, what you would see is basically a smooth rise into just a flat shelf at the resonance
Yes.
frequency.
Didn't you try to do that?
I've done that. Like,
Yeah.
everyone's first headphone is just a sealed baffle with an open back, and that will always have that response. And it sounds like absolute mud.
Yeah.
But the thing is, of course, with planars, you don't have.
You just muted
Oh.
yourself.
You just muted yourself, Blaine.
Yep, that's the one problem with this thing. The strap of this hit my stupid ergo mouse. Anyway, but no, with dynamic drivers, you have to either damp the resonance of the driver or have other tuning techniques to avoid that giant just bass hump. But with planars, just the air pressure inside the pad is enough to damp them quite significantly. So
Right. I was
you
going
can
to
have a
say
much
that there
more
are
acoustically simple design.
there are certain characteristics about planar drivers that are common in headphones that they're not necessarily a requirement for just because it's planar doesn't mean that it's going to have these characteristics, but it's common, and that's the driver mode wibble stuff. You see the jaggedy shit in the FR with
Well, yeah, if you
planars
don't damp them
commonly.
properly.
Yeah, exactly, right. But that's
Like you
true
don't see
for
that on fucking Odysseys, do you?
Exactly, and you see this with over ears, but also you even see it with IEMs as well, right? Like the what am I thinking of? The Timeless, right? I mean, they'd had a more jaggedy FR as well. So I think that there are people who make assumptions about one driver is better at a thing, given the instantiation of those products, or one driver is worse than another one at a thing, right? So if those drivers had been implemented differently, those narratives may not have persisted.
Mr. Sushi in chat asks, "Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Which has the most pure potential for pure audio quality, ignoring form factor?"
Oh, again, it depends on how you define audio quality.
Let's say for over
if you're talking about, I want bass response, then you're probably going to get a better result with a dynamic driver headphone. If you're talking about generally,
what about
talking about an elevated bass response?
Well, if we're talking just about pure potential, though, like imagine you can throw anything at it. I think the answer is ESTAT.
I'm not talking about passive filters.
I was going to say
that. I'm just talking like acoustic.
But you can, right? Like that's why.
But then it opens up like anything. But I mean, because how many headphones do you see with passive filters? There's a few, but not that many. But also, I think that's, I don't know, it's sort of cheating in regards to the question, because you can just get past a lot of the.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on.
Well, there would be higher harmonic distortion potential in moving coil headphones than you would with good examples of ESTATs or planars, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, hierarchically, planars should have less. Sorry, ESTAT should have less distortion than planars should have less distortion than dynamics. And when that hierarchy isn't followed, it's because someone fucked up the motor design, basically.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone who has fucked up the motor design before.
Stephen asks, is there any coaxial headphone driver, and if not, why? There are actually some. I don't know about headphones. There probably is some, but I don't know the names. I know there's some IEMs which have done that, like the GT600 does one. The main reason that you don't see it in headphones is because the main reason to do it in speakers doesn't really exist in headphones, which is that in headphones you're not worried about like dispersion profile and directivity.
Well, dispersion and even just the ability to play the whole, like a wideband signal. Like it's hard to make a
coaxial or coincident.
Well, those are the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, I'm thinking of like the way that Kef does their drivers.
That's what we mean.
Yeah, that is coaxial and coincident.
Okay, yeah, I know. They just make
there's
a lot of
two ways
about
to describe it.
Coincident.
Yeah, doing it in headphones doesn't really, because in speakers it helps with basically even directivity, but in headphones that's not really a problem. And also it then introduces other challenges, like now you've got less surface area available for the lower frequency drivers and stuff. That there's not really many good reasons to do it in headphones, which is why
in general people wouldn't use crossovers in speakers if they didn't have to. Also, like if you could just get the optimal result from one driver, that would be great. And in headphones we can mostly.
Yeah. We can get a lot closer. DD best because lightweight. True.
Zen Civi asking, how does the Tesla driver in the Bayer T1 differ from a normal dynamic driver? Blaine's probably in the best place to answer this, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think that's just their marketing name, right?
Isn't it just angled?
Well, I mean, it's super fancy. Like if you've ever seen it, it's got like one of the fanciest constructions I've ever seen, just from like a pieces of milled metal standpoint. And
but
I'm
it
sure
is
that
just
they have
a dynamic driver, right?
Yeah, it's a moving
Increased
coil.
Magnetic flux is what they're all about.
Yeah, they have like giant high end value neodymium magnets, and they probably did the same thing the Utopia did, where they have like a multi-piece magnet, so you get more magnetic like flux density and all that shit. But it's still just a moving coil. It's just a fancy one.
All right. Next topic for Fight Club here.
Okay, so hold on. There's an incorrect statement in chat. Someone says
yeah.
the KEF LSX2s have only one driver speakers. No,
No, it's
They are
coaxial.
they have two.
Yeah. The bit in the middle is the tweeter. The ring around it is the lower frequency driver. They move separately. That's what coaxial means, basically, is you have two drivers sort of overlaid on top of or inside each other.
Yep.
But they are
Well,
actually
actually, strictly the bit in the middle is the phase plug, and then behind that and hard to see is the tweeter.
Yeah.
But
We started carrying KEF speakers not too long ago, and we carry this pair called the LSX2 LT wireless, and I'm like deeply considering getting a pair of those for the living room just because the color is so good. It's like a sage green and it'll fit perfectly with all the stuff we already have in there. I just want to give a shout out to that speaker looking amazing.
They do look pretty.
They do look nice.
apparently,
All right.
Hayshare's Haven confused coax with dual opposed, which I think he means isobaric.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. We have to move on here. So talk about discrepancies among ourselves as reviewers and other reviewers, and how to navigate through these discrepancies.
Blaine has anti-sibilance. Listener hates treble.
So difference in taste, language usage, methodology, and general philosophy on reviewing. This is also from the forum, suggested from Nothing Special on the forum.
Yeah, just for those who joined late, if you've got questions you want us to answer next time, go to the headphones.com forum. There's a link in the description. We've got a thread running there, and those are the questions we'll prioritize.
Differences in approach to reviewing. I mean, I think we should just go with the folks who are here, because I was going to say there's all kinds of other, like if you look at just the way we approach compared to like Zeos, for example, it's just very, very, very different. But amongst ourselves, it might
still be worth talking about. But yeah, go. I think we can limit it for the scope.
Yeah. So amongst ourselves, listener prioritizes headphones and IEMs that have literally zero treble. Like basically, treble's completely gone after around 8
I think
kilohertz.
they would like actual responses.
Okay. I'm trolling. Okay.
I'm aware.
But I think, like, as far as the general approach, I think we're fairly similar. We have both objective and subjective things that we care about. We're considerate of the data, but we're also reporting our subjective experiences. One thing I think that you do, Griffin, that most reviewers don't, and I think it's to your credit, is that you will look at basically FR relationships differently, right? So you will be attaching FR relationships, I think, a bit more strongly to, like, when you talk about, for example, the hardness of an attack. You could talk about like having a particular relationship with, or a particular correlation with a frequency response relationship, where other people would just be like, the dynamics, right? They would just talk about the experience. So that's one thing I think where it's unique. Blaine has a point.
Mr. Super has a pitch.
Okay.
We should explain the differences between us, but we can only talk about the other people. We can't talk about
That's a great
ourselves.
idea, actually.
I agree with that.
This is just going to be roasting.
Well, no, I think it will help other people. It'll help inform other people how to digest our reviews, because I think we all have a good idea of how each other are as reviewers.
Should I sit this one out? I'm I'm not a reviewer.
No, but I would love to hear your input.
I think you should sit everything out.
Fair enough.
Rude.
No, I was joking. Jesus Christ. Wow.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, talking about kind of how I relate to Andrew and Cameron, it is different between the two of them, because I think Andrew is a little bit more focused on what presentation works for him, with the caveat of, I'm going to be using this with EQ in my home. Like, it needs to be more than just a novel presentation or something, interesting in that regard. It needs to be livable. It needs to be something that like I will come back to all the time and be happy with. Whereas with Cameron, I feel like he does actually enjoy the novel part of things a lot more, and the kind of experiential presentation type stuff, to where I feel like the taste is a little bit more varied, where he can like something that's, you know, as dark as an Atrium or as bright as, I don't know, like an HE1000 or Susvara. And even though those are two things that like I wouldn't say are necessarily compatible with each other on the face of it, to Cameron it makes sense because they both offer things that are unique and likable. I think in terms of how I would relate to you two, I probably relate more to Andrew's perspective on things because my use case is more similar. Like I just want to own one headphone and that be my headphone. But it is interesting to pay attention to Cameron's reviews and hear why he likes something, because it's very rare that I hear the actual thing differently. Like when he describes like the Atrium's kind of sense of spaciousness, like I get exactly the same thing. Now I would relate it to its FR, but I get exactly the same thing. But whether or not we like index for it similarly or find the same thing preferable is often different.
Also, Cameron, people in chat are suggesting that you get Lachlan from Passion for Sound on here. I think you should get Lachlan from Passion for Sound on here.
I don't think you would want to.
I would love to see
I don't think that's a
you
good
and
idea if
Lachlan
I'm on
argue.
here.
I'd rather have Zeos on here.
I'd rather have the original
just
Lachlan. The better
Blaine and
Lachlan.
Lachlan would be
I miss
funny.
the old Lachlan.
Blaine-
Set on
yeah.
his goals, Lachlan.
Oh, the other Lachlan Lexa thing, Lachlan.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yes, the original Lachlan.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that was a good description. Are we now going around and just like giving perspectives on how we think the others approach things?
Yeah, you're describing each other.
Each other, okay. No, I mean I would kind of agree with Griffin in that respect for how I think Cameron approaches, how the two of you guys differ in terms of your approaches.
Someone in chat said resolve is empty, Cameron still has joy. That
That's
is
right.
exactly
That's
it,
right.
actually.
Yeah. I will say though, like this is maybe a bit more reflective than what the prompt was here, but like I tend to miss the days of when there was excitement and joy about the thing of the thingness of it, if that makes sense, where a particular product carried with it a lot more almost like mystery, like there's almost
potential.
like an element of there's just something interesting about like it, like the to do with the whole product, not just its sonic characteristics. And I do, there is a sense in which what we've come to sort of learn has broken the spell, right? There's a I don't want to say it's uniquely down to the cynicism, but I think the cynicism is more a consequence of some of that. But yeah, the breaking of the spell does occur the deeper you're into the rabbit hole you go. And one of the things that going to places like Munich High-End does for me is it brings back some of that fun of the whole thing, if that makes sense. It recreates the spell. Sometimes I should say, sometimes not so much. But walking around Munich High-End with Cameron, I could see that, that there was a lot more of that. I guess joy in general with respect to lists, which I got to participate in as well. All right.
Oh, the days when I smiled.
Yeah.
Gets to live vicariously through his junior and feel the joy of life again.
No, but it's true that it does do that to a person. And I would say with Griffin, I mean it's exactly what you said. We would probably hear things similarly, apart from like a couple of things around like 10 kilohertz where our ears are just doing different things. But our preferences would be very different. So for example, the NTH 100, I thought, how does anybody find this good? It's just mud and warm poo and gross.
That's
smeared. Right. And Griffin was like, baby. No, I'm into it. Right. So very much that the preferences do differ. I'm actually, with respect to Cameron, I know Griffin is Professor Warmpoo and Blaine is Dr. Bright's son. Cameron, I would say you're kind of in the middle, but a key preference for you is a bass boost of some kind.
A little bit.
Yeah. And I would say that for myself, it's there as well, unless I'm doing what I would call here mitigated audiophiling, which is only listening to serious audiophile music, the jazz, all that kind of stuff. But if I'm just, for myself having fun, yeah, I'm kind of there in the same boat where I do enjoy a bit of a bass boost.
I should note the bass boost thing is mostly because I do listen to a fair bit of, I listen to fairly varied stuff, but I listen to quite a bit of electronic music, and a lot of that just doesn't work if you don't really have a bit of a bass elevation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cameron?
So yeah, I think the main sort of difference, like from sort of my approach to probably both Listener and Resolve, is that as you sort of touched on earlier, you guys, when you're reviewing stuff, are usually looking more from the perspective of how is this this is going to be my only headphone type thing. Whereas I personally, I have a little bit more of a what is it that this does well and what is it does badly, and what sort of stuff would suit it, because I've not found a single headphone where I'd be happy really just having that only as my only headphone. I like finding stuff which is good at particular things or unique in certain ways, even sometimes at the expense of other things. Obviously, it's important to talk about those. But
like an Abyss AB1266.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the Abyss. I love the Abyss for electronic music. I hate it for most acoustic music. But it's there because it does for certain tracks and certain genres and stuff. It's like it's most fun on that. There are some headphones like Atrium is the headphone I use most when just not wanting to kind of critically listen too much, because I find that it's like not distracting, but does everything else well enough that I still really enjoy stuff. Whereas Susvara is my like more all-rounder. Susvara with a little bit of a bass boost. I think, in terms of sort of preferences, Listener definitely likes a lot less upper treble than I do. Part of that, I think, is because neither you nor Andrew tend to weight sort of soundstage or spaciousness generally all that much.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Whereas I tend to weight that a little bit more with whatever I'm listening to. Like Andrew, I think you're sort of very focused on sort of timbral accuracy overall. I would say that comes sort of first and foremost for you. Listener, I feel like you've got a little bit more leeway for sort of other tunings, but the upper treble thing seems to be a bit more of a
disqualifier. Its existence in general is a disqualifier.
Exactly.
At least,
yeah.
I mean, generally for overhead headphones, though, even though our sort of preferences differ, I don't think there's been many examples where like we've listened to something and just heard completely different things. Not the case for IEMs, though. Like with IEMs, I know that me and Andrew have very different ears.
At Munich, that one to that one booth, I remember being like, "Whoa, this is really weird," and you were actually quite into it.
It was the Sounds Flame. And I quite like that, whereas you got like some sort of resonance,
horrible
which was
resonance,
like really bothersome, which just didn't exist in my ears.
Yeah.
So for IEMs, it seems like we've got fairly different ears there, but for over ear stuff, even though we overall seem to find the same things, it's more just a preference / weighting thing. In terms of like approach to reviews, obviously Andrew, you again I think are more into the overall sort of tonal balance, for lack of a sort of better generic term. Listener, you're more into the specific aspects of the FR which can affect certain things and sort of picking that apart a little bit more.
I had a question, just it's related to this. How much do you guys think reviews should consider how products perform for the general population versus how the products are for us individually? Because I think we do also approach that question maybe a bit differently, and it's an open question for me because I'm trying to maybe affect my reviews in a way, right, moving forward.
I have what might be a little bit of a hot take on it, which is that so when you say this, are you meaning in terms of like the sound effects at your ear, or are you meaning like use case generally as a product?
There's two qualifiers there. One is that for just in general, we might say, hey, this is how I hear this headphone, but given how it measures relative to, this range, it might be a good fit for people who, like this. I mean, we wouldn't say necessarily our class 2 listeners or class whatever, but like we might say somebody who likes a brighter sound might find this more appealing, or somebody who likes a warmer sound, etc. Right? Whereas our own individual personal kind of like feelings about it are like, I really don't like this. And the second one is to do with IEMs, where it actually gets a lot more tricky given how much variation there is in terms of how IEMs are perceived, right? The PINA assumption and all. It becomes very difficult to say, militantly, hey, this is a great product, I love the way that this sounds, or this is a terrible sounding product, because you literally have no idea, unless it's truly bonkers, you literally have no idea how it's going to be received by people, right? So and
I think with IEMs
just
can't.
with that, well, and yeah, with that last one, the great example here is Harman IE 2019. I struggle with this because it's like, here is because we used to use Harman IE, right? And I would struggle with it because I'd be like, okay, I hate the way that this thing sounds, but I have to acknowledge that based on the research, this is likely to be palatable for a wide range of people. Not me, but it's likely to be palatable by the largest group, So that's the struggle that I'm sort of pointing to here.
Yeah, I want to hear Cameron's perspective on this, actually.
I think with IEMs, you can't really talk about how it's likely to perform for the vast majority of people, whatever, because quite frankly, it's just going to be so variable that you just don't know. So I think it's important to talk about why it can be so variable and make sure that people are aware that it is going to vary.
I missed what you said there. You said you can't talk about how it's going to be for most people.
No,
you can't.
Well,
you can't project it.
You can't project your own experience onto the masses.
What I'm trying to think the best way to word it is, because of how different IEMs are going to be depending on the person that's listening, and I feel like you can't make the same sort of, this is a little bit peaky in this area for me, but maybe
you can't
for
spider
other people
milk.
Might not. I don't
IEMs.
think you can do it the same way with IEMs. With IEMs, I feel like you just sort of have to give the objective data and your opinion on things and make clear to people so that they understand that IEMs are going to vary a lot from person to person. I don't know that there's much more that you can do than that.
You shouldn't be spider milking giving your personal sort of like, there's a peak here,
Yeah, exactly.
And represent it in a way that would be indicative of how that is for other people.
Well,
you can't.
No, I mean, you need to describe your own experience. That's the whole point of the review, right? But what I mean is, I don't think it's possible to say that this is going to be a general preference thing, because it's not a general preference thing. It's a significant biological factor, physiological factor. Whereas with headphones, you can say that, I perceive this as a little bit brighter. Other people may be fine with it. I don't think that you can really do that in the same way with IEMs.
I think it depends on how, and you would largely be kind of leaning on your knowledge of your own kind of in situ response for the bingo card versus other people. Like for me, if I find something dark, I can be pretty damn sure it's not going to be.
But you can also have a recognition of how your tastes and HRTF might differ from the norm, let's say.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you know that reasonably well enough and can present that efficiently, you can do it for an IEM. I will say, it would be much more difficult, but it's possible. And I wanted to hear more about what Cameron had to say about headphones.
We'll get there when he comes back. Oh, there he's back.
Can you hear us? Oh no.
Yep. Oh, sorry about that.
What's your take on
headphones?
Your take on
headphones?
Headphones, I think your job as a reviewer is to describe the sound as comprehensively as possible. That's the task first and foremost, because regardless of what your preferences are, if you can describe the subjective and objective characteristics as thoroughly as possible, I guess the best way I put it is, a good review is one that, regardless of someone's preference, people can still work out a good idea of whether or not they're going to like the product.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. So it's your job to describe it as thoroughly as possible, then give your take on, whether you like it, what sort of stuff you like it for, and your personal preferences there. but it's the comprehensive description of the product that should allow people to make an informed purchase decision.
Do you think that there is a sense in which a person considering a product for purchase is going to, because a person considering a product for purchase is going to likely get information from multiple sources, ideally, let's say.
And you should.
Yeah. That, you know, the reality of like the information they get comprehensively or in aggregate is going to lead them to a, you know, decent understanding of how it might, you know, sound to them. And that might be better than if someone is just giving an indication of how it performs relative to a general population versus themselves.
Like someone just trying to
someone
divine
is just saying,
how it will react on the average person.
Well, I'm thinking of, because a lot of people get mad at, like, you know, the graph sniffers, right? They're like, you know, just tell me how it sounds, right? And one of the responses you might see is, what? Yeah, but like me giving my subjective report is not necessarily indicative of how it's going to be for you, and so therefore showing this graph is a more helpful tool in that regard, because it's more predictive than what I say, you know, for myself.
I'm not actually sure that's true.
Yeah, I'm also not sure that.
It might not be true. I'm just saying that there's a I don't know, there's an element, there's a benefit to not having to rely on human fallibility, essentially. Human fallibility, but also, like, you know,
you're still
individual
relying on
anatomy.
human fallibility. It's just now it's fallibility of interpretation rather than...
Yeah, exactly. It's a different kind.
No, but we talked about this the other day, just off on our own call, but like it grounds it in truth to some degree. Now, obviously, as Blaine said, there are problems with interpretation of the measurements and how well the general public can do that. And I mean, the best possible option would be to have a comprehensive subjective description, then talk about your preference, then show how it measures on several different heads.
Yeah.
But like, there's also the question of, you know, at what point do people go, this is just way too much. How am I supposed to make heads or tails?
Well,
of
that's
this?
why I was trying to like relay this to like the way that people go about buying these products or considering these products is often through multiple like reviews from you know, us, and then maybe from Josh, maybe from Zeos, right? Like the different sources where people are likely to give different, you know, impressions of a thing. And my wonder, or my curiosity there is like, imagine nobody had any measurements. Would you get a fairly accurate sense of the product just from individual reports from different people if you've gotten to know their preferences or the kinds of, you know, things that they may have liked in the past?
It would
Totally depends who.
Yeah.
With Zeos, you wouldn't.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Zeos.
no, like that is kind of who I'm thinking
preferences are very variable.
Yes.
Well, class two listener
through and through.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like some of the things he said that he's liked, or even his perceptions of the relative sounds of things, has not matched up at all with my own. Which, admittedly, yes, that
This
would
is
be
kind of the point, though, right?
So, I mean, so like speaking to kind of the spectrum between just relaying your own experience and out of, I guess, a desire to be both fair to the product and to the reader, and just kind of moderate that by giving the asterisks where your kind of experience may differ.
I like that. Yeah.
I feel like you, Andrew, are, of the three of us, probably most to the side of being fair to the product and the reader by like disclosing as much as you possibly can how your response and results are going to differ. And Cameron, I feel like, is, to his credit, like probably the most efficient of the three of us at just honestly relaying his experience in just like plain English that most of the audience is going to understand. I feel like it would be a little bit too self-congratulatory to say I'm in the middle, because I actually think I'm worse than both of you at both of those things.
No, I
it's
get
probably
what you're saying,
the better way to put it.
I get what you're saying. You're very like you definitely give, like, you plant the flag on your own perspective on things.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
And
but
for how
I
things
try
sound
to talk about where things are going to be wobbly or kind of mutable between my impression and other people's.
Yeah.
But I try not to let that impulse to be fair color my overall like recommendation of the product or anything like that.
Right.
Because I do kind of trust myself, right? Yeah.
You have to caveat at a certain point that not everybody is going to have as much aversion to
10
frequency.
kilohertz as I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but like that's a very important thing to disclose. Whether
Yeah.
it's headphones or IEMs, I think most people will have more of a tolerance there than I will.
I mean,
so that's part of being fair. But
I would say to people that are sort of like thinking about, you know, what to do in terms of consuming review content, and it's sort of old advice, but fairly decent advice of find review. Well, I wouldn't necessarily find reviewers that you seem to agree with necessarily in terms of their takes, because actually reviews can sometimes be worded in ways where it's you know, language
Anyone
that's
will
soft
agree.
and anyone will agree to it, right?
Yeah.
Find reviewers who, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with their preferences, and as specific as possible things that they describe are you also most consistently agree with, even if they say that they like the product and you don't like it. Find people whose takes on stuff about what they're hearing are things that you can also sort of confirm yourself, because there are some reviewers who, regardless of whether I completely agree with them on product A, then they talk about product B and I go, were you listening to the same thing? I don't even know what's going on there. And I mean, those are the reviewers that I struggle to kind of understand the most, because I don't know if it's a communication thing. I don't know if it's an inconsistency in test methodology thing, which is also a problem. But just, yeah, there's certain reviewers or people just that I talk to who, regardless of whether I disagree or agree with them, more often than not, I can almost predict what they'll say about a product and be right quite often. Whereas there are other people who go, I have no idea what you're going to say about this, because your opinions seem to be you've taken from a magic 8-ball. So it's,
yeah, no, that's an interesting point to bring up, actually, and I feel like I've had to bring it up a few times in Discord chats, because people often do as Andrew does and bully me for my HRTF. But it is actually interesting to see that people know my kind of general philosophy of analysis, or how I will generally hear things, very consistently, to where most people will guess if I'm going to dislike something, and they're like right most of the time.
which is a good indicator.
I genuinely think it is. Like, if you can articulate yourself clearly enough that your audience will kind of consistently have a beat on what you'll like versus dislike, and I would say that's probably true of all three of us here.
Yeah,
that's a mark of a decent reviewer, at least. What's up, Blaine?
So, do I get to talk about what differentiates you three?
Please. This is going to be the best perspective.
I was actually going to ask, maybe we can do this afterwards, but which of us four has the weirdest ears?
but, like anatomically?
No, like based on the things that we, you know, are averse to in you know,
put on an H800 so that Blaine's nicer.
Come on, Blaine.
Anyway, I like the composer.
Okay, let's move on to. Sorry, let's do Blaine's thing first, then we can. Maybe...
Right. So, you three are three interesting permutations of completely lost in the fucking sauce, and you're all different about it.
I thought you were gonna say assholes.
Well, I wouldn't call Cameron an asshole.
Wow.
Fair. So your critique is that we are spider milkers. Supreme.
Well, no. So I'm gonna get detailed here. Andrew, you are a spider milker. Yes. You are someone who has a paradigm of analysis that you have become really set on. And honestly, I think that you've become so jaded to this industry that the only thing that you do anymore is just like looking through this fine-grained analysis that you've crafted to be like, is this a good product that can replace what I already have? No. To the bin with it.
To the bin.
And somehow get called a shill in the process.
Yeah, which is quite surprising because you fucking hate everything. Griffin is fucking lost in the audio science sauce. Griffin cannot go like 3 minutes without trying to draw a correlation between some obscure piece of audio technical stuff and something in his subjective impressions. Like, it's unerring. And I was there once as well, but you're gonna look back on this and be like, oh, geez. So that's like,
If I can look
You
back
have-
and cringe, that means I'm going to progress. I am fine
I-
with this.
yeah. But I think you actually have less of the impulse to just milk the hyper details than Andrew Park does. But I think that that's offset for you by the fact that you've become fetishistically obsessed with the technical details, which is pulling you all the way back down into that same level of pedantry and analysis.
Heard.
Has a
Cameron-
dip at 300 to 400 hertz, disqualified.
Wait, what'd you say?
Oh, the
If it has a
Harmon
dip, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Cameron actually is probably the only one of the four of us who should actually be a hi-fi reviewer, because he's lost in the sauce in
agree.
the way that people who actually buy this stuff are. Like, Cameron actually enjoys the class of products that we review, which is kind of a unique trait amongst our team.
I enjoy the
And
good
he
ones.
enjoys them.
No,
Very
no,
simple.
Blaine's
Enjoy
right.
the good
Blaine's right.
Like, I mean, like, you guys were talking around that. People were saying this is quite a roast by Blaine. This is just why I
Just our
actually
life being
think-
friends with Blaine, guys.
You should see the calls that aren't streamed. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
But
but
we
I mean,
love it. We need it.
yeah.
but I do mean it with, like, Cameron actually. I mean, I think that your enthusiasm for this stuff actually pulls you a bit into not credulousness, but I think that you give people more rope than they deserve to hang themselves with, including one who's been mentioned on the stream recently.
Are you talking about
What do you
Cameron?
mean by giving people more rope to?
I think that if you could get like 1/4 as cynical as Andrew Park, that would help you. Like, I think that you could go like, you don't need to
Okay.
go like to the pit of hell, but maybe you
say-
could get like a little bit more cynical.
You say
Join
that,
us
but
in
my,
hell,
my
Cameron.
cynicism and maybe even Griffin's science-y side are eclipsed by both of those traits in Blaine. So I think you only have yourself to blame.
That's true. Yeah.
Certainly in
There's
I'll
random
actually
case.
push back.
gradient of cynicism at the moment. So it's-
I'll push back. I think that as a product evaluator, I am meaningfully less cynical
That's
than you are.
true. That's true, because you can tolerate 6 kilohertz peaks.
Well, no, it's not just that. Like, I honestly think that I am more open to different headphones, to different tunings, to different experiences of audio.
I
Frankly,
actually think
than
that's true.
either of you two, either
think that's
Griffin
true,
or
yeah.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Like, I still have some spark of, oh, hey, that's an interesting way that presented that piece of music to me, which I feel like has been absolutely extinguished in your case and is buried under 500 pounds of science papers for Griffin.
For me,
'Cause,
it's
I
more
mean-
so that I just know what I want, and the things
Yes.
that don't fit that are not fun for me.
I mean, the thing for me is that I think a lot. Well, there's two sides. One, in terms of the sort of not looking for like the singular good thing, is because I'm not sure that exists. And I think that there's trade-offs in places where a lot of people are perhaps not wanting to admit. But also just the fact that I think, especially at the higher end, there's not that many people who are just going to have one headphone. I think that once you get kind of deep into this hobby, you see a lot of people who have at least 2 or 3 and will swap between them depending on what they're listening to or what their mood is. And it's the same for me. I've never found something where I'm like, this does everything better than everything else, and I'm completely happy. It's always a case of, I don't really care if the timbre's all that great right now. I just want it to give me a concussion. And I don't really care if the bass is that great right now. I just want it to sound huge. Like, there's, certain things which I will prioritize in a moment and want to swap between, which is why
I would agree that
20 headphones over there.
the one headphone is inferior to no headphone.
Well, I also just think when Cameron talks about that, I think Andrew and I have a different way of handling that issue of one headphone is not going to sound perfect enough to me to not need another headphone. Like for Cameron and frankly most audio content consumers and audio consumers, they would just consume. They would just buy another headphone. Whereas for me, for one, I don't like spending a bunch of money on my hobbies. So
you're just calling Cameron a consumer.
Well, I mean, he is.
I'm
like,
ready to admit that. Like,
It's over, Perry the
can think way
Platypus.
more than
I have
I do.
depicted you as the soy jack and me as the Chad.
no, like I mean, I'm happy to admit that I spend way too much money.
I didn't
on
get that
No,
stuff
that's not where I was going with
That's-
that, though.
that's
Blaine
bingo.
totally.
I know, I just said.
The way that we handle it is just through EQ. Like either Andrew or I will basically just EQ something into submission until it is that one headphone. Whereas Cameron, I think you're more game to like try something else out and see if that works better, either for your mood or.
That's so. I mean, just to be clear, I use EQ. It's not that I don't use EQ in personal listening. It's just that
You don't spider milk.
I also,
you do though.
from a reviewing
Which is
perspective, I
based.
understand that it is based, but I understand that most people, unfortunately, even though they should be using it, are not going to use it. And also, when you're buying a product, I don't think that most people are wanting to know what it sounds like when it's EQ'd. I think that most people are wanting to know just what does it sound like when I get it out of the box. I'm not saying that's the right answer. I'm not saying that's the way it should be. I'm just saying that I think that's the way it is at the moment.
So I actually have I have room for I think the kind of thing that you're talking about, like in terms of character, right? Like different sound signatures can have a different character, and maybe you're in a mood for one versus another, and you can swap or whatever. EQing things lower in frequency is bound to, if that's all you feel you need to do, and just leave everything else up to like, how the headphone is tuned, and then that's just it. I feel like if you approach something like that, it leaves enough room for, hey, this can have a different amount of character, or this can still be fun, switching between these different devices, while still allowing for, the meaningful preference compliance, let's say, with the individual listener's tastes to occur, versus spider milking the fine grained stuff to make it perfect for somebody who has that headphone who doesn't like the way that it sounds. And that's really where a lot of that, like, make it the one headphone really comes from, right? It's to help the people who bought the thing, because I'm thinking of the Gold Planer GL2000 example, right? Where a whole bunch of people bought the thing because it was hyped up by a certain reviewer, good friend, made this one, and realized that it wasn't actually a very good sounding headphone when they got it. Maybe not his fault, but the EQ profiles then brought things in line a little bit to make it so that it was something that was generally more palatable for these people. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily how everyone should go about their headphone purchases or, approaching the hobby. It's just more like, hey, this is there to help you if you find something you don't like and you want to make it something you do like, right? Because then it is like, okay, well, am I going to EQ it? Are I going to recommend an EQ that deliberately makes it a weird character thing? Probably not. I'd try and make it to be more in line with like the normal. Oh. My statement has scared off Cameron.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I had something that I need him here for.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it something in chat?
No. Well, I mean, it's something where I'm going to solicit chat and you guys.
Okay.
I can. All right. So I need help from you guys. I need help from you guys and from chat, because I've figured out epitaphs for both Andrew Park and for Griffin, but I'm still kind of turning over in my head what it should be for Cameron.
Okay.
For Andrew Park, it's obvious. Comparison is the thief of joy. For Griffin, of course.
Career, really.
Comparison
is okay,
but explain.
Have you not heard that one? For Griffin, it's explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. You learn a lot, but the frog doesn't survive the process. Which I think applies a lot to your method of analysis of the joys of audio. But what I can't quite figure out is that for Cameron, and I'm curious of what people have for him.
I'm curious as well now.
So the thing is, for Cameron, I don't feel like it would be quite as negative as either of ours. Like, I feel like Cameron's generally having a good time.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Variety is the spice of life.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, it just seemed kind of like favoritism to say that because I do kind of feel like you guys need to have more fun.
I would very much enjoy having more fun, personally.
Okay, well, that's one difference
Ah.
between the two of you.
Take it
Yeah,
away.
Andrew doesn't want fun. Andrew is anhedonic to a T.
All right, it's time
Someone
for
just joined chat, and you can tell because they said cat ears.
yeah. So there's time now for spicy hour. It probably won't be an hour. It'll be spicy time. That's why I
Okay, so
originally
I
changed
remember
it.
the I don't know if they're still watching, but Luxifer, the person who
Oh,
gave us
shout outs
the
to-
lovely
yeah.
name
Mm.
for this stream,
Yeah.
for this podcast. Thank you so much. They had some spicy takes earlier, like very beginning of the stream. And if you're still around, please post those because I remember them being spicy in a good way.
Also, Hottie Hottieson is coming out here with this advanced analysis. Your backgrounds reflect your personalities. Okay, so my background is my soldering bench and a bunch of like assorted tools and crap.
Actually, my background has a picture from that Cameron gave me.
Hey.
It's
I just
can't quite
moved.
see it.
I just moved. I refuse to be judged by anything behind me,
The-
except
what-
maybe
what
the
is- this
piano
is
in the picture there.
The Western Electric 300B tubes is this picture, and it's people
It's a
holding
bunch
them
of like
their
a
beer.
bunch of guys in suits, like as if they're cheersing some champagne, but it's 300B tubes.
300B tubes, which I very much enjoy.
I've
That's
got
cute.
one as well. It's in my
Yeah.
speaker room.
Yeah.
I also just want to mention and just plug that you guys should come to SoCal because the headphone that is closest to the one thing that I would have and sell everything else will be there. So come and listen to it.
Oh,
You'd have to sell everything else to get that headphone.
yeah, Jesus,
Yeah.
You have to sell everything else and then some.
Yeah.
Sammy says the Apple dongle is a bad recommendation for newcomers because it comes with so many qualifiers about regional differences, OS differences, and having to watch out for fakes. Also, white is ugly.
I would kind of agree with that, to be honest.
That's
because,
not a terrible. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
that's a good
It's not a
take.
terrible take.
You had
I
me
also
until white
do.
ugly.
I mean, yeah, I disagree with that bit. Also, just the durability on it's trash.
Most of them are.
It's
Those are considerations that people don't usually hate the Apple dongle for, right? It's
Yeah,
Well,
I do have
it
some-
doesn't
but they
matter.
usually
In Europe,
forgive
it's
for the price.
meaningfully less powerful.
Yeah,
Right.
it's just not powerful enough for even some IEMs in Europe. I do have some reservations about it as a DAC as well. But also the main thing is that now there are other options you can get for not much more money. The FIO KA11, not JA11, KA11 is $35, and that does like half a watt. It's balanced. It measures better than the Apple dongle. Doesn't have a minimum phase DAC filter, and it's like
Wait, it
nearly the
doesn't or
same form
does?
factor. Doesn't, which is good.
So this is one where Cameron and I disagree.
Oh,
on
yeah, no, you-
optimal
yeah.
DAC filter topology.
By the
So
way,
you
I think this
Ash-
one we're really getting into the weeds on.
B Ash, the headphone Cameron's talking about is at least 3 times more expensive than the.
Yeah, it's not out
It's
yet.
4
It-
times
just
more
to be clear,
expensive. I don't know.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
it's not an existing one, but it will.
It
Hopefully
will exist.
It will exist at SoCal, and you should come listen to it.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are going to be at SoCal that I am excited for
Think so.
other people to hear that I've heard that people haven't had a chance to hear yet. So I'm curious. Next spicy take. Come on, guys. Peppers. Let's
Give
get
us
them
some
peppers.
Audiophiles
spice.
pushing for replacing 3.5 millimeter with 4.4 millimeter is worse than Apple replacing 3.5 millimeter with Bluetooth. Bluetooth is useful. 4.4 millimeter is frivolous. I used a harsher word before I settled on frivolous. Blaine,
I don't
Cope and
disagree
seethe,
with-
Mark. Cope and
I don't-
seethe.
I don't
Get wrecked.
disagree
Get
with
wrecked,
that.
Blaine.
I think that more stuff should have 4.4 millimeter, but I don't think you should replace 3.5 millimeter with it. You should have.
I do.
both.
No, I just
I think
I,
that-
again
I
this
think
goes
that-
No,
must
okay,
be
hang on. I'm interested. Why is it that you want 4.4 to replace it?
because he's sitting there
I-
breaking them in half.
Hold on.
He's just
Fucking-
this is what he does. All
I will
day.
break this live on stream if you want me to. 3.5 millimeters are a fucking shit.
And you get mad
connector.
at me for the metal filings thing. I mean, come on.
so I think we
No,
can
I'm
all
not
I was gonna say, I
agree.
don't think I've ever broken 2.5 mil. I can get that, but
Oh, yeah, 2.5s are basically made out of
No,
fucking
I-
tinfoil, but 3.5
Yeah, I
I've
mean, that
definitely
shouldn't have
broke
existed.
3.5 before.
It depends on if it's like
To be
It
fair, I'm not
depends
saying
a
it's
lot
good.
on the jack itself,
Yeah.
like the way that it's like connected to
Yeah,
and
like
the way
the-
that it plugs into something. Yeah, like you can
Better.
pull.
Mark is really invested in this one.
Yeah, I've
Well,
never.
no, so,
I've never broken a 2.5
I
millimeter
think
connector.
Cameron nailed it though. Like I think 4.4 is like objectively a better connector, no matter how you look at it. It is on 0.01 of all audio devices that
That's the
like
problem.
Yeah.
a person will
Well,
have.
that's the problem. We need to have more of it, not less of it. The
Yeah,
problem
but
is that it's
Blaine,
been
what if I wanna
adopted
listen
too
to-
quickly.
What if I want to listen to 2.80 milliamps and need to make the output impedance as low as possible?
Oh my god.
Yeah, then I think that maybe you should just stop.
Blaine,
Go away.
No, that's not a bad take. Yeah, I agree.
someone
So,
just said Blaine needs to be appointed a moderator on this channel. That is a bad take. That's how
That's
you
a
get
good
more.
take by the vegan.
Nope,
Wait, who?
maker.
Nope. Terrible take.
Oh no! Oh,
V
fuck that.
Ash says lossless Bluetooth or Wi-Fi sound transmission will replace cables. I don't think that. Well, I mean, for general
hope so.
consumer stuff, sure.
I don't
Absolutely
actually think
going
so.
to. For
I don't
like,
think so because I don't think consumers will actually pay the extra for lossless.
I
like
think
the
lossless
bandwidth
Bluetooth's
costs.
gonna get to the point where it's cheap enough that it'll happen. I mean, well, okay.
It's not just money.
Cheap stuff will
'cause
just have normal Bluetooth as it does already, and more expensive stuff will have lossless Bluetooth. Like,
But it's
Pe-
not just
people
about
won't
money.
be buying the more expensive stuff necessarily for that.
more bandwidth means like you're going to end up with like having to do different antenna designs. People like frankly, I actually worry that high data rate stuff is going to have problems with Bluetooth just because it's going to get like desynced more often because it's going to require a much more steady connection. I don't know. Like I don't know that we're actually going to get there. I'd love to get there. But
I mean, we
feel
have
like people are
lossless
gonna...
Bluetooth already.
I mean, it exists, yeah, but how many products are being sold with it?
There's a few. What's it called? The like Questel CMA18, for example, that's got aptX HD and stuff in it. Just one. It's becoming more common. I mean, it's still on higher end devices, generally speaking. Just because I think Qualcomm actually charges quite a bit for it.
Which
But
I mean makes sense.
I don't know.
Yeah.
My issue with it that is more in the marketing side of it, where it will be, you know, brought in front of, you know, put front and center on every package about lossless audio, blah blah blah. When in reality, that's not necessarily the thing that's going to be.
It's not the thing that's
influencing.
I mean,
yeah,
I've said plenty about lossless audio and stuff, but for me, it's not like it's going to sound terrible if you don't know. No, it makes a very small difference. It's just that I think in most cases nowadays, there's little reason not to have it. It's like Tidal. I said Tidal is cheaper than Spotify now, so it's not even a question of, you know, should I spend more to get it.
One downside with Tidal is that it doesn't contain the Noise Floor podcast. Spotify does.
Yeah, that's
Spotify's
true.
actually better.
Also, in general, finding all of my freak music on Tidal is impossible.
Fair enough.
Listen,
right,
can I get Christopher Bose and his plate of beans on fucking Tidal?
I haven't checked. I don't know why I would know
for the
this.
betterment of humanity.
Okay, for
We
headphone
gotta-
recordings,
better than tenders. That is just objectively wrong.
Well, did we miss this one? For headphone recordings, you could make a 15-minute video with 3-min average, 3-min Sundara, 3-min HC600, 3-min HC650. I don't understand this. For headphone
No,
recordings.
I actually do understand this. It took me a while to understand what he means, but I get it now. He means that the video should be published with the inverse EQ that corrects to the average of headphones, the Sundara, the 600, the 650, the 770, because those are like widely accessible headphones.
So then people have a reference point for the recording?
Well, no, like this is the inverse
so, like,
EQ, so that
you
it
can
corrects.
just watch one video, and as long as you have one of the several most popular headphones, you can go to the section in it. That's not a bad take.
Yeah.
That's actually
that's actually a good
that's
take.
a close.
Very
It would just
useful for us.
it would just be a separate video because it'd be like that's all the video would be, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
you
I
can
think
click for the one where they
this
have the
is
headphones.
building on the If We Do Sound demos thing,
Yeah.
which we talked about at length last
That
time.
is a I actually would prefer that over the
It's,
I
it's
would
a
too.
compromise that would allow us to do it on YouTube, I think.
because
a
at the
little
very
bit
least it's
more
guaranteed
intentional.
it's because people are even going to get that wrong, or they'll go to a section not realizing that they have to have that headphone. But at that point, at the very least, there's enough qualifiers there to be like, yeah, okay, like you're clearly understanding this incorrectly.
Yeah,
you know.
No, that's
Rob
not a bad plan.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
we might just do like something like the forthcoming very exciting video, where instead of having one video with all of it, we just have video.
Hey,
like,
don't, come on.
It's building hype.
All right, for the forthcoming video.
No hype is going to need to be built for this. This is going to be one of the best things we ever do.
Yeah.
So Rob Hawk
there are
says-
some Easter eggs in that video that people need to find.
Yes.
Rob Hawk says, soon AI will endow audio mannequin skulls with the ability to do real-time comprehensive headphone reviews in the voice of your favorite reviewer, but without a soul.
What if my favorite reviewer already doesn't have a soul?
I would actually like that should be our April Fool's thing next year. We should
like
train
an AI with voices.
Yeah, well, we should do two of them. We should train like a text model to create a script based on the voice of one of us, and then do a voice AI and train that with like recordings from the show.
Could be fun.
It'd be ghoulish.
Got like a ways before we.
How do we feel about Hyperman regularly dropping prices of their stuff to below 50% of the introduction price, sometimes within 1 to 2 years of introduction? I mean, well, there's a couple different perspectives. One is sort of as a consumer/purchaser, and one is if you're running a storefront. To be clear, none of us here are involved in the sort of like storefront side of headphones.com, which is the content side, but we can at least sort of, understand it from a storefront side. If you have a bunch of stock that you paid X amount for, and the manufacturer starts selling the same thing discounted below that, it's probably a bit annoying, I imagine. But also, if you're a customer that has bought something and then it gets put on an enormous discount not too long after, you'd also probably be a bit annoyed. Like, it's great that the Hyperman Aria was at like $500 or something, which is insane value. That's great.
It's great at a point in time. Like, if you're the kind of person who like is staying up to date on Hyperman's releases and they release a new headphone and you're the person that buys on release,
I'm
sorry.
I don't really think it's a great thing to do strategically for those companies, because I just imagine it'll change the behavior of the buyers surrounding that brand, right? To be like, well,
that's the thing.
I'm gonna wait until it goes on sale.
It would be worse if audiophile consumers were that level of discerning or learning from their like
I love the take of audiophiles are too stupid to recognize patterns.
Pattern recognizing brain does not apply.
Yeah.
Red Gottmik says buying things on release is always a bad decision anyway. That's not a bad take.
That's an audiophile who has learned.
That's generically a pretty decent take.
What happens when so like the HD6XX has been around for a long time. This is a random question for you guys. What do you think would happen if that went away?
Went away?
Like if there was no HD6XX anymore.
It would change nothing in my life.
It would change a lot in my life.
Yeah, not like as far as we're concerned individually, but like as far as like the things that we recommend to people. It would open a new product segment.
I would have to think more about I have $200 and I want to buy something questions.
We would just say, okay, save more and spend $350 because that's now the price.
What?
$650.
Honestly,
no, I would not. I absolutely would fucking not.
See, that's my point, though. That's my point. Now,
so honestly, this is where I would, depending on how it actually comes out when the like final version is released, this is where Capra Audio would be getting a lot more recommendations from me.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
interesting.
I mean, I don't know that it's that expensive to get the parts printed. I know that the kit parts, like the driver and the electronics and stuff like that, are not as expensive. Like altogether, I don't think the whole package is that much more expensive than a 6XX would be on sale. Like I think it's around the $200 range, and it's tuned similarly.
Like a Sundara that's gone. This is the reason why I was asking, because a lot of those hi-fi men
that and Edition XS are around $270.
Yeah, there's something like that, right? So you could.
I mean,
there's other options.
Getting an HD 600 when you can get an Edition XS seems silly to me.
there's also
Like
the
I'm in
Unless
the
you have an
UK,
economic
so the
problem.
HD6XX has never been an option because by the time you pay to ship it over here and pay the import fees and everything, it's more
Oh, right.
expensive than just buying an HD650. So in Europe, it's like not really been a consideration for anyone anyway.
You know, though, it's only
There are a lot more
$80
used
more
HD600s and 650s on
to
the
get-
market
Yeah,
in
that's
Europe.
an HD600
I think the
on
HD600
sale.
is actually a little bit cheaper as well.
Yeah,
so-
it is. It is. That's what I'm saying. So that one, it's closer to the realm of reasonableness, but it's not like what's happening with Hi-Fi Man prices, where they're
Nuking
headphones
them.
that used to be $500 are now sub $200, sub $300.
Or
Well,
in
there's
some
one where
cases,
it's like
headphones that used to be.
Aria was 1,300 or something, wasn't it? And now
Yeah.
it's 500.
Yeah.
Is it actually
Mhm.
It
even
was
like the
500.
organic?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like on sale.
No, stealth.
on a
Stealth.
Yeah,
on a
stealth.
okay on a sale. It's discounted that far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to Blaine's
gotcha.
point about the Edition XS being like 270, like, and something like an HD 600 not making as much sense, I think it will come down to ergonomics. And if you're planning to EQ, I don't think.
No EQ.
I mean, if you're
gang,
not planning to
6XX
EQ, you
feel
should
better.
probably just get like a fucking PC38X or some shit.
Hey,
I don't-
PC38X is not a bad recommendation.
I don't know about it personally. I've not
People
tried it.
like bass. It's
but is it
very
that
mediocre.
Is it that much more bassy than an HD6XX? It has extension, but the entire low mid-range and bass is sitting
I wouldn't
under.
say that that's really the qualifier or disqualifier as much
It's
as
more harmony.
Yeah, but
But
doesn't it
harmony
have
without
the
a bass
spicy-
elevation isn't really.
It's not without a
Sick.
bass elevation. It's just a very small one.
It's.
Who's spider milking now? Okay.
So we
Let's,
got a comment up here, which I want to fight with. So that's
All right,
always a good
all right.
start. Bash
let's
says, "Why headphones innovations are not the same levels as
I was-
IEMs? Will
I
it
was just gonna
improve
fight
in
with
near
it.
future?" Oh, good.
Okay. There's a difference between. Well, I would say that it's not. It's because IEMs haven't actually innovated. It's just that they've learned how to tune things better.
But they're
And
not.
You can be.
They're still
Some of
figuring.
them are.
Some of them
I
are getting
think
close. Some of
Some of them are
them.
definitely getting close. Like if you look at where the IEM market was 5 years ago, you can't say that that's the same as it
I
was now.
categorically disagree with this take. Actually,
Really?
yeah.
It's become a race to the bottom erroneously, like
No.
in the wrong way.
So like
And-
if
and
you
okay,
look
and in
if
the
you
high
look
end-
at Harman's 2016 paper where they measured a bunch of IEMs and compared them to the Harman target, basically every IEM had a more normal mid-range per our current mode of analysis than either the Harman target or the one broken IEM that they measured. And like now where we have a bunch of things targeting Harman and IEF, which have like flat low mids on a 711 coupler when they maybe shouldn't, I'm not sure manufacturers have actually learned that much, because it's clear that they're what law is it where when it becomes
Is it Goodhart's law?
Yeah, Goodhart's law, when it becomes a
Meterages-
target,
yeah,
it
Goodhart's
ceases
law,
to
you're thinking
become
of.
a useful metric or something like that.
Yeah, that should be Goodhart's law, I believe.
Yeah, because they're
Related-
so focused on hitting one of these two targets, neither of which
No, it's absolutely
really
what's
sound
happening.
very good to me. Like there's a legitimate argument that prior to like 2020, IEMs were actually tuned a little bit better because they were just using their
And
ears.
On the high end,
What's up?
the trend of like insane upper treble has, I feel like, gotten worse over time.
Yes, because that's another thing where imperfect targets have been kind of leading a certain mode of analysis.
Yeah.
So,
Not
guys,
that some
we
people
got to
don't
stop
enjoy
saying
that.
spider milking.
Why?
Oh,
Someone just made a comment saying, you should really clarify your definition. The definition that's on Urban Dictionary is very different.
To be fair, those definitions have
painful.
0 votes, so I don't really think that they matter.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, well, we should replace it with our own and get more upvotes.
Exactly.
That's what we should probably do.
Okay.
yeah. But as far as like the innovations that are not at the same level of IEMs, I do think it's fair to say both markets are kind of innovating slower than we would want in the audiophile space specifically. I wouldn't necessarily characterize the consumer space as lacking in innovation, though.
Well, the other side of it, I think, maybe to Steelman the point, right? It is true that IEMs have trended towards a particular target, and in many cases that's better than, in the majority of cases when that is achieved well, it's better than many closed-back headphones. And so I don't think that that's, and that's gotten cheaper and cheaper, right? So there is a sense in which that trend is a positive one, and we don't see that happening in over-ear headphones as much, right? Like there is a trend to be more Harman-like, which is not a bad thing by any means, but it's not something that we've seen, as much inertia behind.
To sort of more directly address the question, though, which is why have we seen? Okay, so let's stop calling it innovation and more sort of
change.
Change in sort of headphones versus IEMs. Basically, IEMs are a lot easier to tune in the way that you want. Mm-hmm. With a headphone where you've got a single driver and you've got a lot of acoustic challenges to deal with, it's quite tricky to, even if you can draw a graph and say, right, that's what I'm aiming for, that's what I want to get to. It's bloody hard to get there. With an IEM where you've got lots of different drivers, you can tune each of those in the amplitude and the crossovers and everything all the way that you like. It's a lot easier to get very close to whatever target you were intending to get to, whether it's right or wrong, than it is with an over-ear headphone. So that's the main reason why we see.
Well, there's actually a second reason, which is that IEMs are massively less complex to mechanically design. Like particularly in the modern day when nobody fucking cares if they even fit in a fucking human ear or not. I mean, you can just do that in a fucking day.
Yeah,
whereas with a headphone, you have to deal with all of this shit.
But basically, you can tune to however you like an IEM, and you can iterate on a design just so much more affordably and so much faster with an IEM than you can with an over-ear headphone, which is why we've seen more rapid change, even if there's disagreement over whether it's a good trajectory or not.
Here's a good one here from Aria.
Wait, no,
better headphone. Well, hold on. This is. Just
I have one from before that.
Okay, this is just a quick one. Better headphone platform is greater than good stock tuning, like an HD 490 Pro, maybe.
Yeah, this is a good take.
I like this take.
I disagree with that. I don't think this is spicy. Is the issue?
No, I like this take a lot.
Wait, no.
Like if you're looking for, I semi-agree. If you are looking for sort of one headphone that's going to suit you and stuff, it's definitely better to buy a headphone where the bits that are much more tricky to fix with EQ are closer to what you need already.
Yeah,
like if you can get a headphone which has got a great treble response,
good ergonomics
and stuff, and you just need to add a bass shelf. That's great. Yeah. If you've got a headphone which has got the perfect bass response, but then you've got to spend ages finicking with the treble and trying to sort high Q issues, it's going to go badly.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's your other one, Blaine?
Sir Circus Cattle says, thanks, I'm now listening to Christopher Bose and his plate of beans.
I'm so sorry.
Disease spreads. Sorry, I consider that a hot take even without a pepper.
Okay. What is Hartman's EQs are boring and destroy the uniqueness of headphone sounds? What is Hartman?
Yeah, fuck Hartman. Everyone I know hates Hartman.
Oh, Harman.
So actually, underlying this is a take that I would want to hear you guys talk about, which is, do you think there's inherent value that gets destroyed or lessened somewhat when you personalize the headphone with EQ?
Well, I mean, not if you're not stupid.
No.
I mean, if you EQ it and you're like, this sounds worse, then keep it that way, then you're stupid.
No, but the idea is like there's an element of artistry in the, it's how the engineer wanted it to be, and you're removing the pureness of that when you are, engaging in EQ. And I just think I don't care.
Well, so all right,
sound how I want it to sound.
I have a different pitch. And this is something that I've been thinking a lot as I've been looking at some of the Harman data and stuff. You can make a really robust argument that people have different preferences for different music, sometimes even on different days to some extent.
Indeed.
Like there's what you want isn't a line, it's like a cloud. And having headphones that are different can be a good experience. Like I enjoy listening to a different headphone. If it's too different, I'm just like, wow, that's dog shit. But I enjoy some variation.
Pretty sure I've only ever seen you with the HD 800 on, so I don't know if that's true.
Well, it's a good headphone for a stream.
Yeah, like this is the most ergonomic headphone I own, so it's always what I was going to wear.
But you could, in theory, achieve that with different EQ profiles as well.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's no reason that you couldn't.
Arguably easier if you have something that's a good platform, as the previous comment suggested.
Sure, but there is a factor of, how do you have someone has to be the first person to make nachos, like someone has to be the first person to say this combination of ingredients sounds good to me.
I'm just being a devil's advocate here because I do agree there is something to that.
I mean, I think we're all pro EQ. I just sort of get the argument of EQing every headphone to the exact same target may result in losing something. I think that in general the premise that they destroy the uniqueness is
there's also just a lot of understanding about
off.
The concept of EQing headphones to neutral in the first place and the limitations that come with that. Like, a lot of people think that when they EQ using auto EQ or something, it is completely neutral on their head.
Oh god,
actually, it's
that's
probably
the
not.
Is they're not actually hearing even the intended thing.
Yeah, I wonder how much the response of like it destroying the uniqueness of the headphone is just Harman not sounding good on their head with that headphone,
or it not actually being Harman,
or just not being Harman.
Even if it, the uniqueness, the uniqueness will be decreased by anything that forces towards the shared targets. That's that is true. That's just like tautology. The question here is really basically, well, why don't you just not use it then? But is the concept this is deleterious to the community, or this is why I don't use it? Because if it's this is why I don't use it, then yeah, great. I mean that makes sense. I think there's a strong justification for that.
I think people, though, they do get mad when others EQ things because they feel like, oh, you're ruining this potential special experience that the end.
I feel the same way whenever I see someone put mayonnaise on something.
No, but it actually, that's a good analogy. It'd be like going to a fine dining restaurant and put basically getting the salt profile to match that of a Big Mac. Right? To be
Nothing wrong with that.
It depends if you think what you're getting at the restaurant is like good.
But here. Right, but so here's
for some things a Big Mac would be an improvement.
A better analogy is if you go to a restaurant and you go, this doesn't have enough salt on it, should you put salt on it? Or should you go, no, this is the way the restaurant intended it, even though I don't like it this way?
Yeah, or like this dish was meant to be enjoyed this way.
Or alternatively, my doctor said I can't keep putting salt on it.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's an interesting question because it gets to, and we've maybe talked about this before, but it does get to an element of where your journey has taken you in all of this. Because for some people, it really is about the gear and it's about the brand and the story behind that and what, the uniqueness of the product, or the interestingness, right? That we talked about earlier. And they care about that in ways that overrides the, let's say, benefits of a particular tuning that they might achieve with EQ, and they're able to just fully bite that bullet and indulge on it's made this way, it has this design quirk, it has this tuning quirk, and I love that about it. Grado comes to mind.
Well, no, let's not put the quirks in with the shit.
Okay, fair, but I'm trying to again steelman the concept of Grado, which to me is awful.
I mean, if you want to steal that, just take an HD800, take a fucking. I mean, if you
that's true, HD800 would be good.
I mean, Odyssey LCD series. Those are both quirky tunings that are very far from Harman, but have been shown to be well preferred in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah. And I mean, actually, the Odyssey ones are also kind of good too because they do have the added benefit of weighing 700 grams, so you could feel you could feel crippled after an hour of listening to them, which is also part of the unique experience.
If you feel crippled after an hour of 700 grams on your head, your posture is like this. Bro has got that shrimp pose.
It is when I'm laddering. No. Okay.
I can imagine. I want to I imagine your gamer stance is just complete hunch.
No, it's actually not. But I do know people who. For me, it's not because I used to stream. But I do know people who do that, or they're so close to the monitor, right? They're just trying to analyze everything. It looks hilarious. There's a guy. His name was Happy, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
No, I was moving us on. No, StarCraft.
Yeah. Cameron's time.
I was say, no, if we're done with that point, MG Arn says, in time, people will realize how much of a scam streaming is and resort back to CDs and downloading. I
I
think that's a bad take.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a shit
I think-
take.
I didn't see this one.
Artists have been scammed. I think that's pretty clear. Like the amount of money that
So
artists
I
are getting from
actually
streaming
don't
services
know
is
if
terrible.
I don't know if in totality it's that much worse, because I mean it is certainly worse, but like to imagine that they weren't getting screwed in the CD era, like they definitely were getting screwed in the CD era as
Oh,
well.
well, yeah, but
They
so-
were. It's just that previously your income could genuinely come mostly from sales.
Yeah. So
whereas
what I
now
wonder though, and
you
I
have to
honestly,
be touring.
So I honestly don't know if that has been made more accessible or less accessible as a result of the benefits of streaming services, right? Like
Well,
the
look
fact
at
that
the
anybody
cost of
can,
Taylor Swift.
you don't need
concerts.
you don't need a record you don't need a deal to syndicate your to distribute your music, right? You can put it on Spotify.
Yeah, you just need
and the barrier to
DistroKid,
entry.
run by Pud, friend of the channel.
Yeah,
run
but
by
so
Pud.
like I guess what I'm saying is like you can definitely point to examples where it's been extremely like harmful, but you can also point to examples where it's been beneficial. And I don't know where in aggregate it sort of shakes out.
Well, if
well,
you're
it
getting
depends on
for
if you're
your
talking
income as
about-
an artist. There's no argument
Yeah.
that it's going to be better.
Yeah,
well,
like
there is if you're at the very high or the
Yeah,
very low end of viewers.
Yeah.
It's,
Because
if you were
bear
in
in mind,
the class
in
of
the
people
middle.
who use
I
bear in
agree.
mind
Cameron?
the labels are also the ones that fund the tours. Like you don't,
Right,
pay
but
for
they were
that
also
on
the
the
ones-
go. It's a
They were also the ones like you would get a deal to make albums, right? But you
Yes.
didn't. It wasn't like you weren't just like constantly getting paid by the label. You owed them the album.
Yeah, no,
and they
and
paid
that's-
to make it,
that's
right? And that
often still
part
the
of it
case
is-
today.
Well,
Like, that
I don't
part's
think
not
we're talking
necessarily
about the
different.
upfronts. We're talking about the difference in royalties.
Yeah, like it
And the
used
royalty
to be that
difference.
like labels have been screwing artists forever and still are. That's not changed. What I'm saying is that it used to be that regardless of whether or not you got screwed by a label, you could make your music and then make an income and make your living from selling that music. And then you could do touring and stuff and it would bring in extra income if you were a larger thing. But now you make almost nothing from the sales of the music. Like even quite big artists are making relatively small amounts and you have to be touring.
Yeah, you make all of your money from it's just like where you make your money has completely changed. And
Yeah.
for some, like if anybody who had planned on that as their like, as music for music to be their, vocation, if they had no ambition to tour, it wouldn't make sense to do at all.
No, I mean it's definitely been good in like so from a consumer perspective. I think CDs just as a medium are bad and inconvenient, and there's no reason to use them over just digital copies. I understand the appreciation of owning physical media. That's totally fine. Totally get that. From a technical perspective, though, there's no benefit. They don't sound better or anything. But streaming is just there's so many benefits in terms of discovery, in terms of accessibility, in terms of being able to
Discovery is the
access it
big
on
thing
your
for
phone.
me.
Wherever, yeah, discovery is huge, and discovery is good for artists as well because it also used to be that if you didn't have connections or money, you weren't gonna be an artist. Whereas now,
Or
if you
you
make
got
good music,
popular
you
in a weird
genuinely could
underground
just
scene.
all that, yeah. But now it's like you can throw stuff up on DistroKid, and if your
You
music's
had to
good and
use
people
magazines
find it, you can.
in the
Yeah.
past. And they'd have
Well,
these.
can wait, can
mixed
someone
CDs.
clip that out of context? Damn it! Aren't you part saying that?
You had to use magazines.
Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's a good one to
continue.
clip.
I totally understand I mean, with CDs, like rather than
Yeah.
downloading, I totally understand the appreciation of having physical media. But even if you're just talking about, I want to buy my music, because I buy a lot of my music specifically because I know that the artists are going to get nothing otherwise because they don't tour or I'm not going to.
I have a slightly different take. I think if you want to support the artist, buy their merch.
That's the best way to do it if you can.
I think I have a different take. All the artists
Listening
I
to
listen
music.
to are so tiny that if I want to support them, I can just subscribe on their Patreons.
Yeah, I was going to say just direct
Folks
money
do, yeah.
injections are still possible and very good for artists if you can find a way to do it.
I mean,
But
most
yeah,
of them are just, well, tiny.
If you buy
I've
their
done that
merch,
for a
though,
few
you also
years.
give them free advertising.
There's a
Yeah,
group
but
I
I
really
don't
like.
want to wear
called-
merch.
I also don't. Just say people do.
There's
What
a
was
group
that,
called the
Cameron?
Grassini Project who they do orchestral and like acoustic renditions of like video game soundtracks and stuff and things from popular movies and things. Just go on Tidal and search "Merry-Go-Round of Life" by Grassini Project.
I see here a
Fucking fantastic.
horrifically spicy take. I just want to mention it here.
Oh.
EQ makes headphones less enjoyable / versatile because you have to configure it on each source you plug it into. Now, this might actually be true in certain instances,
This is the coldest take in history. Yes, it's obviously true.
but I don't think they mean it that way.
I think, yeah, I don't think they're meaning like, oh,
I
yeah,
don't
the
think
output of
they're-
Edens is
yeah,
changing it. or
they're
whatever.
not
I
meaning
think
it
they're
like
meaning
that at all.
this is a warmer sounding deck.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'd assume they just mean that it's a pain in the ass to have to port your EQ around
Oh
everywhere.
no, that's just true. That's just straight up true. I
Yeah,
thought
that's
no,
just so fucking annoying.
that they would have to configure it differently depending on the source equipment.
Oh yeah, that one would be spicy. I feel like that's like the straw man reading of that though.
It probably is. Yeah. No, you're right. The cold version of that take is the inconvenience of, plugging it into something else. Mind you,
Further up thread, we had
I was gonna say Qdelix 5K makes a lot of that quite easy.
true.
I use if you have Rune Arc is great because you can take all of your EQ profiles and everything with you on the go, which is fantastic.
Bash says, "Do you think companies like DCA and Meze have issues with their tuning? Sorry, have issues that their tuning of headphones are limited to making bosses happy?"
What?
Basically, Bash is saying, do you think that DCAs and Mezes and stuff sound that way because that's just what the boss man likes rather than because that's what's good?
Well, first of all, DCA and Meze tunings are generally quite different from one another.
No. This is saying that within those brands.
Yeah, I get that. So,
but Meze is quite variable, if anything.
Well, that was what I was going to say. Is you can have fairly different results. I don't know. Usually, like in both cases, those brands are
say on tunings.
Yeah, in both cases, those brands are kind of led by the namesake behind those companies, and it doesn't seem unreasonable that it would be led by the designers who were making those products.
Yeah, you could equally argue that they wouldn't be where they are today, or that their products would go downhill if the boss wasn't the one saying, "No, this isn't ready."
And that's not to say that they're uniquely.
I think
tuning
that
things by
Antonio
ear.
should say this one isn't ready more often.
You know what? They've been getting a lot better. They
have been getting a lot better. I think that's because he was saying this one isn't ready more.
Yeah. And the Alba was I don't think that was strictly Antonio's. He probably had final say, but it was the other gentleman who we met there who it was his baby. I can't remember his name.
Was it Raz?
Yeah. I can't remember his name, but he was very, very forthcoming with what he was trying to achieve, and he talked about it. So very cool guy.
I love fucking Rob Hawk so much.
My buddy, I swear the rest of chat needs to step up because Rob Hawk is just smoking you fools.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hodgson has also been shit posting pretty well, but I think that Hodgson or whatever his name is. But Rob Hawks, my buddy Tim Bass, he's working pumping gas and he makes $2.34 an hour. I just love Rob. Sorry, please continue. My apologies.
But no, I don't know what the rest of that take on Meze and DCA. I'm wondering if the suggestion is that like they're tuning things by ear and they should be tuning things by like not. But I don't know. I don't think they are. In fact, I know they're not. They're not just,
I mean, generally speaking, if any company suddenly diverted massively in their tuning because, the boss stopped having input or whatever, a lot of people would probably be annoyed. And the difference in goals or preferences from the people who've got final say are some of the reasons as to why those companies are in the position that they are now. I don't know. I mean, you can just obviously, the headphones are the way that they are because that person is the guy that gets final say. But we couldn't know that it wouldn't have just been a crapshoot if he was like, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do. So
I see here there's a spicy take for Resolve. Heritage is the best Opeth album. That's a terrible take. That's one of the worst
It's a very spicy take.
The best is either Ghost Reveries or Blackwater Park. I do think that there is an argument for Watershed as well, but it gets weird in the second half, so I'm not as keen on that. So
okay, Brian DeMaio says people looking to headphones for a revelation rather than realizing that there are trade-offs in everything, and it's more about finding the best set of compromises you're willing to accept. That take is so ice cold that it has no place in Spicy Hour, but it is completely true.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a revelation if you're coming from like truly crap default stuff that comes with some phones and things. But other than that, yes, absolutely.
We say that comes with phones. When was the last time any of us bought a phone and it even came with a power brick?
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Much less earphones.
Okay, someone says here I've been advocating that despite the Meze Elite's tuning, when EQ'd, it's efficient bass production, if not dual driver design. If not dual driver, it's not dual driver. Yields exceptional multi-tone distortion performance. I think he might be confused about the isodynamic hybrid array.
No, I don't think he's confused. I think he's saying it's efficient even if it's not the dual driver.
Oh, even if it's not dual driver design. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
gotcha.
The Elite has fairly low distortion in the bass, I guess. It's not Odyssey level. Like, if you want super low distortion, just get an Odyssey.
Yeah, but it's more comfortable. The Elite's more comfortable. I actually think the Elite is a great candidate for EQ. I had one and I EQ'd it, and it was great. It was fantastic. I EQ'd in the technicalities, injected it with
Hailshine says his wording has been misunderstood. While he's elaborating on how we've just misrepresented and slandered him, let's see.
Yes.
There was a comment by Heartshoe that I thought had peppers on it, but oh no, it's here. How do the Expanse and Stealth measure about Harmon in the bass, but sound as punchy and bassy as a summer breeze through a blanket? Acoustic output impedance and leakage.
Yeah, but also more bass doesn't equal punchy bass.
That was what I was going to say. And the same is true for like the Hadenis, right? It's got more. It's not as dynamic.
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Odenis.
I don't actually know that it is. Because
I just call it the Denny's.
How pronounced it?
Hadenis. Okay, I'm going with the namesake is for the Hadean era, which is like Hades.
I'm going with Denny's.
Hadenis.
Wait, what?
Are you playing back the stream right now?
Hadenis.
All right, I'm just gonna. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Good luck,
Dennis.
But yeah, no. But Griffin's point, I think, is correct. That more bass doesn't necessarily entail more.
The Hadenis system,
and based on doing EQ using the in-ear mics with the non-ceremonic connector, yay. Usually, when I'm able to match bass level as a rise rather than a slope. Slope rather than a shelf. It usually does a better job of that sort of impact quality, I find at least, right? But in situ specifically, not measured on the rig, because we wear glasses, for example, or it's not coupling the same way. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
In terms of the punchy bass thing, I find that it's. In my experience, it's been three things. One is what Rizal said about the sort of slope upwards rather than just like mid bassiness.
Because you're getting more of that hardness from the lower mids as well as a result without it being,
a little bit of a bump specifically around 80-ish hertz seems to help quite a bit as well. And upper treble. If you don't have upper treble, then it's like pillowy. Yeah,
the reason this conversation basically perpetually sucks is because we all have different definitions for it. And like what Golden just said is the exact opposite.
Wittgenstein moment.
Oh, we've got to end the stream now.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah,
that should be instead of free. It should be Wittgenstein in the middle of the board.
I think a lot of people would agree with the two parameters specifically that Cameron just mentioned. Oh, Cameron, you're Cameron.
I think so too. I think that's a broadly. Like if you were to run, blind tests with people and you made sure that those features were consistent, most people would probably report that.
I
as
wouldn't go
being-
that far. I would just say I think for a lot of the people who talk about that quality already,
That's what I mean.
like,
The people who
that's-
are, yeah,
okay,
yeah, the people who are speaking that language, basically.
yeah, that's what they already think is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like if we blind tested them, I don't know if it would remain.
In situ, if you were able to EQ the in situ response to be the same and low frequency like that, I think you would get more consistent correlation. But again, it all depends on if you're speaking the same language, right? Because for some people, more sub bass entails the thing that they're anchoring that to,
Yeah.
right? And that's it, or a more distinct.
I said,
shelf.
"Do you speak in my language?" He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich.
What?
Is that a song lyric?
Have you guys not heard fucking Men at Work? They're a classic. Jesus.
Schopenhauer is greater than Wittgenstein. I would not go.
Oh, that's a hot take. That's either a hot take or just someone who just really hates his mom. And also Schopenhauer, listen, that was like his thing.
All right. Wittgenstein's teaching on language mean in practice that we will never be able to make a perfect headphone for everyone.
Yes.
Well, but what if you? I mean, it's broadly true, but what if you had a headphone where you had like actually good tone controls, like Sean has advocated for? I mean, there's an element of that you could make a
people
more variable.
Anyone on PC does. They just don't use them.
That's true. That's true. That is a good point.
Party's got another good point, which is that the bass variation between headphones can be enormous, which leads to confusion about which headphone is punchier as well.
Oh Jesus, dude! I'm sorry. That was just like a funny joke about how Schopenhauer was a sexist. I'm sorry for your mother.
All right. Let's do one more really spicy take and then end the stream.
Spiciest take in the next minute wins.
Hold on. Hallchairs Haven clarified their position for us. And since we misrepresented them, we should probably give them time. The Renaro switchback plus coil driver, while inducing an unusual tuning when EQ'd to neutral, was, by my measurements, conducive to exceptional multi-tone distortion.
I mean, yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the Renaro switchback and coil driver. It's just planar drivers are good at not distorting at low frequencies, and in general, if you design them right, like you would see the same effect with an Odyssey, as said. It's not it's a good product to EQ. I'd recommend the Empyrean to EQ.
Oh, I think it was the Elite, but yeah, same thing.
The same goddamn headphone, Andrew.
You know what? I think that they're.
Yes, so the high commands that you're talking about. So you don't need to do multi-tone distortion to see the HE1000 or any of the
normal
A bands.
distortion. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and it's because they have a lot of modal peaks in the mid-range.
Yes.
Oh, throughout. Let's go with. Come on, we need a spicy, the spiciest of spicy takes here.
Heldemeyer says, "How can we apply Wittgenstein's teachings applied to Shannon's information theory in order to figure out how to deliver the best sound?"
Okay, Heldemeyer,
we
you
can't
are
because
banned
those are
from participating in
irreconcilable
chat.
domains of information theory doesn't really overlap with the Wittgensteinian premise of language.
It's when you hear us say Wittgenstein, think private language problem. And for anybody who doesn't know what that is, it's basically when we're talking about audio specifically, because I want to relate this. I don't know what you mean when you say dynamics. You don't know what I mean when I say dynamics, because this is private language and not shared language.
Okay, so here's a question for everyone. What's your favorite Enlightenment philosopher and why is it Hume?
Okay, I have. Are you aware of the historiography? Okay, I quite like Hume, right? To be fair, right? But are you aware of the reasons why? Maybe I've talked to you about this before, but are you aware of the reasons why we study Hume today?
Well, when you say we, you mean people in contemporary analytic philosophy.
God, you're actually talking about it? Never mind.
The reason is actually because of Mill. That Mill.
Yeah.
He leaves again. Yeah, good buddy. It's not actually because of Hume. Hume was considered, I don't know about debunked, but he was not the popular figure at the time, because there was basically, he took it to a point where mitigated skepticism was his way out of his conundrum, essentially. And there were a lot of people who found that particularly unsatisfying. So, and they thought, well, Berkeley,
I know, because they're coping.
Berkeley was on the right track, and then Hume made an error somewhere, and led to this weird conclusion that they didn't like. And people had this similar criticisms of like the Cartesian, dualism stuff. It's just like unparsimonious and not particularly satisfying. So is listener coming back? He's just done.
I don't think the Griffin is coming back.
So he's not coming on then, right? But anyways, then
hold on.
Started basically the common sense philosophers came around and said, okay, Hume has led us astray. Let's kind of take a step back and reevaluate. And
and then there's pragmatism happens and all that shit.
Well, so the reason why we study Hume, and Hume is still a popular figure today, is because of several sort of generations of philosopher later, at least one. The outcome of, or the popular version of common sense philosophy, which rejected Hume, was the work of Sir William Hamilton. And Sir William Hamilton was so savagely destroyed by J.S. Mill that it basically brought everybody back to Hume. There's a big essay thing called an examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy, and it was a savage beating, essentially, and that's why
really uncomfortable. Okay, so I just want to note that the Sim channel says, to the two Velociraptors, did you study philosophy and that's why you have to review headphones now? In Andrew Park's case, yes, but I don't have that excuse, actually, because I studied economics.
You studied some philosophy.
Well, yeah, but I didn't study that much philosophy at school.
Ah, okay.
I just read a bunch of
economics is maths with a philosophical opinion anyway, so...
Yeah. I actually, well, all right. Now I can rant for 20 minutes and get everyone to tune out. I legitimately think that economics is well on its way to creating the first true social science. On its way. I'm not sure we're 100% there yet.
No, we're not.
We've had really good improvements with methods, though.
Anyways, on that terrible disappointment, it's time to end.
One of our own mods is just spamming nerd emojis. Crack it up. I was here for a very specific brand of brain worms, and now you're giving me a different brand and I don't like it.
At some point, there needs to be a dedicated philosophy stream. Anyways, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to our lovely co-hosts, Blaine, Cameron, and Professor Wormhoo,
the dearly departed Griffin. Forever in our hearts.
Rip. And I'll let him back in here. Hold on a second. I'll let him back in.
Let me in.
Yeah. All right. So, as usual, guys, big shout outs to headphones.com for making all this possible. If you guys are interested in any of the additional stuff that we talk about, there are tons of articles up on headphones.com, but some of them that are relevant to the discussions here are linked in the description. It's also a great place to find all things audio related, like cables, amps, DACs, headphones, speakers. We also sell snake oil.
And it has a 365-day return policy.
Yeah. And also, I want to remind folks that if you guys want your question or topic to be featured on the show, we do have a forum thread for this. I believe, listener, it is linked in the description.
It is linked in the description. It's the
excellent.
bottom link in the description.
Okay. Yeah.
So you guys might need to refresh your pages if you started with us from the beginning, because I added it at some point. So you can go ahead and refresh, and it'll be right at the bottom there.
Yep.
Join us next week as we talk about the problem of evil and also whether Leibniz's premise of the best of all possible worlds was coherent.
I'm going to go
that
ahead
one
and
is actually interesting. I'm going to go with the spinosistic approach because
oh my god, do not make me leave again.
Okay. Have a great weekend, everybody.
I'm going to mail you a picture of a nerd emoji.
All right.
Bye.